makes me somewhat uneasy. Makes you realize just how solitary human existence is.
Hello? Hello, gamers? Is there a gamer or two in here? Hello? So, as I was sitting back down, I went and got coffee. And I saw Ike talking about what the raids are gonna entail, and thermodynamics was one of them. And speaking of thermodynamics, I just want you guys to know what a genius I am. What a smart, brilliant boy that this streamer is. Also, we're gonna be on Adamantoise again today for the Evil East raids, just to make queues a little faster. Anyways, so I very quickly poured myself a massive mug of coffee, right? I love this mug. But I didn't have like a spoon on hand to stir it. So I just used my pinky. I just used my pinky, and it was like fresh coffee. And I was like, oh, right. Coffee hot. Coffee typically hot. And sticking your pinky like all the way in to stir it, it's not a good idea. So I burned my pinky, but it's okay. I'm used to it. Sir, that's probably going to be painful. Fire indeed hot. I cavemaned. I did in fact caveman. I was just like, because I was in a rush, right? Because we were in the stream starting and I just made coffee. So I was like, fuck, I need coffee. So I went and I was like, oh, I always put like this dairy-free chocolate milk in it as well. And I was like, okay, I'll just put the chocolate milk in. And I was like, oh shit, I don't have a spoon on hand. I was like, whatever, I'll just stir it really quickly. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. It was pretty bad. It hurt. But now I have coffee that's good to drink. And I didn't have to dirty a spoon, so, you know, win-win, I think. Win-win. Kugane it's in? Boop. Evil East raids. Also, guys, my dancer is 76. Chat block, thank you. Boop. My dancer is 76. I am enjoying it. I am enjoying it. I had to, unfortunately, market board some gear because I wanted to do the dungeons to level up with. Like, just like mashing, like basically it's one level per dungeon run. It's so good. But then my gear level was not high enough. It's barely enough, I think, for the Kitana Rabble. Malak as well. Oh no, I have enough for Malak as well. Okay. Anyways, if I wanted to keep leveling my dancer, I could do that. It's easy. Easy peasy. It's now geared enough.
You're my superstar.
Oh, what a well evening it is. Being around for 3 months with this wholesome cutie and thy community Terrab6.
No, thy community. Hello, Suvu. Thank you for the 3 months already. I can't believe it's been that long. But I've started collecting Crypt Lurker gear for Dancer because it's fun. It's fun. It's easy. You just press the buttons when they light up and it feels good and it's fun. And then you do little dances. I like Dancer a lot. And I think you guys all knew that I was gonna like Dancer and I was just being silly and not unlocking it. And of course, now I love it. Fun fact, you won 1.5 million gil and then spent it all on emo. Wait, how did you win 1.5 mil gil? What do you mean? What did you, huh? Was this some sort of competition? What did you do? Okay. What do we think the first quest would be called? The new king on the block? Wandering Minstrel? No, not Wandering Minstrel. Dramatis Personae. This is Eureka. I never turned in this quest. Hello? How long has this been sitting here? We need to go to the Ruby Bazaar. New king is Monhun trial? Oh, shit. Is it a group of 4 for the first one? For Monhun? Or is it a group of 4 for the second one? 8, then 4. Oh, I wish it was 4 then 8. I want to dip my toes into it, but 8 people sounds like a lot. Clubs are doing guild giveaways. Guy in Limsa Adamantoise was doing a fun little thing. God, that's so cute. Dang, Terry, you want Adamantoise? I DC travel to Fairy, but I can't visit that world without first transferring back to Dynamis, then retraveling again. Oh no, Sith. Oh no, not like this. Yeah, well done. This was just for that castle we did. Doma Castle, I think it was. Oh, we haven't heard this little tune in forever. Risked life and limb to save us. Uncle Lolorito has told me so much about you. Hearing of your daring deeds was inspiring. So much so, I decided to set out on an adventure of my very own. I have taken to writing travel literature. And someday the whole of Eorzea will have the chance to read of my journeys across the realm. What a cute little Lala! Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine my yearning to experience new cultures and customs would take such a terrible turn, or else failed to express my gratitude. Guys, can we run a dungeon really quick? I want to try my luck at something. There's a certain type of glam that I want for my dancer. And, oh shit, we can't. Oh, I can run it on my red mage. It's a level 80 dungeon called, fuck. Pangthulu? Something like this. I saw it on Eorzea collection, and it was like kind of like tribal looking, and that's kind of the aesthetic I want for my dancer. Is like a tribal looking. That's an MSQ dungeon? Oh shit, okay, well never mind. That means I have to do MSQ? You can't yet. Motherfucker, dude. I thought it was just gonna be one of the optionals. I'm so sad. It's a 5.5 dungeon. No. That means I have to do MSQ. I don't want it. I don't want it. It won't be worth it. It won't be worth it. Anyways, it's like this. It's a chess piece, but I think it's got like all tattoos and then just like a kilt robe looking thing on the lower half. And that mixed with the little wolf hood that I have, I think would be perfect for a little tribal dancer looking thing. But 5.5, it's gonna be a while. We were quite fortunate that he was here to assist in your rescue, but it would be folly to assume fortune will always smile upon you so. Your uncle is worried sick about you besides. Will you not consider returning home? Nope, traveling. If your retainers are 80 plus, they have a chance of bringing back pieces. They must be ahead of you in the... Really, Ike? You want that for Monk Glam but can't be bothered running it? Do you know exactly the chess piece I'm talking about, right, Jolly? Dude, I could use it on Monk or Dancer, but I really had this vision of like a tribal little dancer. I just didn't know how to make it come to light, and then I saw it on the Eorzea collection website, and I was like, oh, this would be perfect. Pegothan has amazing glam. I still hate my free company lead for getting it after I said, oh, they look cool, he rolled on it. Damn it. Did they win it? Hi, Argon, by the way. So much I've yet to see, yet to do. If I were to leave now, I would have naught but this horrible story of kidnapping to fill the pages of my journal. It would be irresponsible of me to give my readers the impression that Hingashi is a land of savages unfit for traveling. As you might recall, there was a rather nasty incident in Ul'dah that even our dear adventurer friend here was helpless to resolve. Surely you would not wish that be the only tale of Ul'dah to be told here in Kugane. Is she talking about what I think she's talking about? Alright, you've made your point. But why have you come all this way alone? Uncle Lolorito tries to keep me from harm, but he's only succeeded in smothering me. I tire of being constantly coddled. That's why I left, to prove to him and myself that I am perfectly capable of being on my own. Is Lolorito... Okay. I think I had this dilemma the last time when Lolorito and Nanamo spoke. Is Lolorito actually a piece of shit, or is he not? Because all the information I've gotten after the point seems like he's not a complete piece of shit. Just mostly a piece of shit. Swallow's Compass also has good pieces for that. It's part of the Stormblood trials. Okay. So after I get White Mage to 80 on my ult, what do I unlock next? Monk, Palette, Monk, do Monk. I really liked Monk. I really liked Monk. And I think people are scared of Monk because it's a very busy job, but I really like Monk. I'm fighting with logins, but isn't that dungeon trust enabled? Oh, the pathological, I can't say it. That one, Pagthon, I'm gonna call it. It's trust enabled, is it? That means I could farm it. He's a merchant, figure it out from that, fair enough. Lawful evil shit. It's gray like most things in this game. God, I hate and love it, Diod. I hate and love it. Lord Dorito is a money guy, so it depends. Depends on how you view money grabbing people, eh? So vote for Monk, yes. Monk is nowhere near as busy as Samurai. Is it? Samurai's more busy? I had the impression that Samurai was kind of unga bunga, like simple. I don't know what gave me that impression. I don't think anyone said that. That's just what I was thinking of it. Pagulthan. Thank you. Hi, Random. I love you. I remember when Monk was full of more positionals. Dude, I struggle with the two that I have. It's just Demolish and, oh fuck, what's the other one? Not True Strike. Oh fuck, I don't remember the name of the other one. Sometimes you just want old-fashioned, one-dimensional, evil laughing villain. That's exactly it, Dion. I love that they're not that simple, but I want it. You know, I want them to be simple and easy to hate. But none of them are so far. Even fucking a little bussy. After doing the Heavensward trial things and learning what we learned, nah, that fucks me up. Sam is more busy. Fact, even if I started Monk yet, Monk is really fun. Monk is super fun. I just like punching things. Hi, Izlua, welcome in. It used to be every ability had Why? What were they thinking? Tara, why you stream now while I just digged into my new book? I'm sorry, Jat, my timing is terrible. I'll understand. I'll understand if you need to read. Could always play last expansion of WoW for that. Damn, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. If I know my uncle, he has likely requested you hire guards for me. Whether I choose to return or not, well, tell him that I refuse. Very well, might ask then, that you pay me a visit when your journey has ended. Lolorito is not the only one who worries for your safety after all. Yes, of course. I'll be sure to bring many souvenirs and tales of adventure to share with you. You're struggling with Scholar. I heard Scholar is actually one of the, maybe clunky isn't the right word, more difficult healers. Out of the 4, I've heard that Scholar is a bit like, ooh. Sam is so busy. It's your least favorite job next to Warrior. Wow. Scholar is one of your favorites, Argon. It's very disjointed. The only thing is, like, when I was asking about healers, the one constant that I heard was Scholar has 1,001 buttons and they just don't feel great. So Evilise raids, those are your favorite raids? You're a fan of 12. We're gonna be doing them today, chat. We're gonna be doing them today. We're on Adamantoise, by the way. Ether Adamantoise, if anyone's coming to group up with us. Finished Endwalker as Scholar, holy shit. I still see your character as a child, so the scene looks like a dad-mom supervising a play date. It's 3 kids all chatting. I suspect meeting the Warrior of Light will be one of the high points of my writings. Aww. Oh, I forgot to glam over this. I made a Dancer glam that I'm not in love with for Dancer. I like it, but I'm not in love with it, you know what I mean? I forgot to glam over the gear that I bought. Oh, not that. There we go. Mostly just because I really love this hat. It's mostly for the hat, I gotta be honest. The hat is very dramatic. I'm not on Adamantoise, am I not? Oh my god, I'm on Sargantus. I forgot I was jumping. Hang on, I'm moving to Adamantoise. Ignore me, ignore me. I forgot I was buying things off the auction house. Literally the gear that I was just wearing on my Dancer. You dingus! I'm sorry. We did do Kugane Castle. We did meet him. Because I was talking about was it Yojimbo? That's not the right thing. World transfer. Adamantoise. There we go. Because in the casino, the one event where he goes yo at the start of it, I was talking about that, and then someone was like, "Hey Tara, no connection here, but you should go do Kugane Castle." And I was like, "Okay." And then what a delightful surprise that was. As long as you're not on Balmung. What's wrong with Balmung? There you are. Look at this boy. Hello. Hello. Did you smack me? I'm being abused. I'm being abused. Send help. I need an adult. Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age. I still haven't 100%. Planning on buying it. For that takes roughly 420 hours for 100%ing it. Has the 3rd hardest boss fight in all of Final Fantasy. Jesus Christ. I've been having fun leveling Marauder on the side when you need a break from MSQ. Marauder is the early warrior, right? It becomes warrior later. Saw a black mage today who called themselves a Harmacist? A Harmacist? God damn it, Charlie. Transferred to Adamantoise to find me, and then I wasn't even here. I was on Sargantus. B, Evilise raids are like 1,000 times more emotional Oh, if you're invested in the Final Fantasy Tactics story. Thank God I have not played Tactics. Holy shit, I think we're in for a safe stream of no crying. Balmung is where the thirsty RPers live? Is that on Ether, asking for a friend? Just so I know to avoid it. Just so I know to totally never go there. What data center is that? Yeah, Marauder is early warrior, right. Did kill your first level 50 thing in the open world with a group last night. Let's go, Islua. Final boss fight has, I think, 10 health bars. Plus, it can only be hit by certain attacks at certain times. Oh my god, chat. Imagine if they made a raid like that. I feel so small. Balmung is quite something. Crystal Balmung. Aether's RP sort of. I can't talk. RP server sort of. Got it. Oh my god. Okay. Now that we're here. Hello, Catboy. Hello, Bun. Wait, are you still girl? Yeah, you still Bun girl. Hello. And we got Elizabeth. Oh. Wait a minute. Are you not on my friends list yet? Excuse me. Excuse. How do I do it? Excuse you. Be my friend. Be my friend so I can point you out in the crowd. There we go. Problem solved. Problem solved. Look at that. Look at all these gamers ready to play. So we need to go to Kugane. And what is the quest's name? Boop, 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 boop. To Kugane! Because it's not the Rathalos one. Ahoy hoy, hi Valar! It's not the Rathalos one. For the start the Evil East raids, we could go process of elimination. If New King is Rathalos, and shall we call it Pagos' Eureka, it has to be Dramatis Personae? This one? Don't think it's the Wandering Minstrel. Dramatis Personae. Process of elimination. Kugane Dori Markets. You, sir. 11 has a boss fight that takes, from what I've heard, literally 24 hours. Why? Jat, why? Why would they do that? Wandering Minstrel to unlock extremes and ultimates. We should do that as well. Do you know what I really want to do once we get there? I really want to do all the Shadowbringers optional dungeons. We did the twinning. Are there any others that I'm missing so far? Or was it just the twinning? Yeah, just do an ultimate. Go for it. I support you. Wait, this is... Wait. Oh, wait. Ultimates are like the... Oh, never mind. Academia Uniter is another one. They did that because they didn't want people to actually defeat it. It was supposed to lose fight, and then somebody spent 24 hours actually beating it. Used to both Absolute Virtue and Pandemonium Warden aren't what they used to be. Rip. Just unlocked Ukab. We have to do Ukab and Uwu. Just casually, just no problem. We'll just do it. I teleported over and saw there was a quest from the Minstrel. Uh-oh, Ukab time. I support Terra Community Ultimate runs. We'll do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Welcome, my lord. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Hello, young maiden. I would totally join for Ultimate if I was in Americas. Rest in peace, Diana. Time to make an ult. Just become a bigger streamer, get streamer privilege, and have the Final Fantasy streamers carry you. I'll just sweet talk Ponto. I'll be like, Ponto, sir, you want help? I know you just got your P8S clear, even though I never saw it because he crashed at 0.1%. His stream crashed. So we never actually saw the clear. Argon, we started doing Hildy. We're still like partway through the A Realm Reborn stuff. There's just been so much content to check out, we haven't gone back to Hildy yet. I think we'll sprinkle in a little more Hildy soon. Note community runs, not clears. Exactly. We're all here to have fun and die a lot. Love me some Hildy. So far it's been a blast. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I'm Lena Lena, I'm Lena, correspondent for The Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma, but I am but an observer. You should leave all the rest of Hildy after 5.3. Really? Is it that bad? I'm scared. Hi, Derry, welcome in. Alma, come, I found him. Oh, her cape is so cute. It's giving so much, like her outfit right now is giving so much Belle from Beauty and the Beast. So Tara, have you done your duty as a dwarf by unlocking the... Fuck, I forgot! I knew I was forgetting something, Jolly. The Lally Ho emote, I haven't gotten it yet. It's not bad, it's absolutely excellent, but it will play with your emotions like nobody's business. Heard. Alma's outfit is a cash shop thing, if I remember correctly. It's so cute. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You're his only hope. I love these little... Her whole outfit is very cute. It's all right, Alma. We're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. So for quick context, Ramza is the name of the main character in Final Fantasy Tactics. Alma is the name of his younger sister, who you try to save for most of the game. Aww. Dude, I love the direct, like, homages to the other Final Fantasy games. By that logic, are the worlds intentionally connected? Or is it more so like two separate copies of them? Is two separate copies that have lived similar lives is a safer way to say it, maybe, rather than being the actual person from the previous game. Smiley face, fuck you. Not actually connected, got you. Stormwood Hildy is good, don't deride it just because it's not the same as A Realm Reborn or Heavensward. And Endwalker Hildy requires it. I want to do all the Hildys regardless. I'll be the judge of whether or not they're good. Alternate realities, almost like, would you say, reflections, maybe? As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gegard Minegumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Okay. Just homages, got you. 14 is a theme park. Minfilia? What happened to your hair? And how are you alive? This is such a cozy outfit. Oh my god. This looks like you're really ready to roast chestnuts by the fire. Do you know what I mean? This is so cute. Stop. I should have made a cozy outfit. I should make a cozy plate. It do be the season. I need to make a cozy plate. You've inspired me. The fan theory that the reflections were the worlds of the other games has been kiboshed by the devs. Oda, who writes the story, exactly, got you. So they're not those reflections. And I imagine that's because they still want to use those reflections a lot in the coming story. As they did with The Void, which fucked my brain. Thank you for coming, sir. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Huh, Minfilia became a Dark Knight and dyed her hair with red with the blood of her enemies. I like that, that's my headcanon. This music is so cute. Ooh. Cool ship. This music is adorable. What is a papier-mâché? What is this paper-mâché project? What are you doing, sir? What is this? We got arts and crafts in the corner. Whoa! Wait a minute. I know this dragon, don't I? This Bahamut? Are they making paper-mâché Bahamut? Interesting. I think it's Bahamut, right? That orange looks very familiar. Is it made with actual pieces of concern? I think that's Bahamut, yeah. Can you sit on that couch? Sorry. I have like such a short attention span when I see things. Not a big fan of arts and crafts. It's just so messy. I'm in the same boat. I like admiring other people's things, but for me, it's just so messy. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the Majestic Imperial Theater Company. It is Bahamut, yes, thought so. The chalkboard incident. You can keep that dirk in your I'm sorry, what? That dirk in your... Oh, dirk. Knife, not penis. Holy shit. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone and they will readily attest. The Majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admired...
Sloppy!
That was a lot of buttons. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. I've always loved music, though I'm trying to learn how to play and read sheet music. Piano specifically is what I'm trying to learn. It's also one of the more daunting instruments, in my opinion. I used to play like flute. I played a lot of instruments. I played flute, I played alto sax, oboe, piccolo, but piccolo's the same thing as flute, just needs a tighter embouchure. But when I tried to learn piano, I found it more difficult. My fingers are not as coordinated as they need to be. Is that a dirk in your drawers, or you just sure there are no spies? They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. I think I'm gonna love this. If this is all like theater, I'm gonna really love this. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the Majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they're never heard from again. They kill them for writing a dangerous play? This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of two options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option: to express his disapproval for the new emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomus Sen Lexentale. Holy fucking difficult last names. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, The Zodiac Brave Story. On the surface, it's an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention, but beneath, it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical stories, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. Censorship! Well, hello, 18th century Europe. Oh no. Emmett really was a theater kid. Yes, he was. Dude, I love Emmett. Also, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. It's a mix between theater and Indiana Jones. Be still my heart, dude. They've taken out the worst part of this entire questline, the fucking dramaturge. These raids take place in Final Fantasy XII's iconic locations, so I might recognize like one of them, like deep in my memory, but probably not, because I played a crumb of Final Fantasy XII. Emmett was a theater man child. No, I love Emmett. Emmett did his best, okay? I did not process that they were talking about Emmett when I did this. It is finals week for me and I don't want to die. Non, good luck. Good luck in finals. You're gonna do great. You don't need the luck. You're gonna do great, okay? A theater ascend, if you will. Terra, heads or tails? Always heads. Always heads. I love how knowing this, combined with what we know about the first Emperor, just confirms that Emmett is a drama child. I love Emmett. I love him so much. None of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right. No, it literally has not. I liked the story, though. Thanks for sharing. Allow me, Lena. Sid! Hey! Hey, buddy! Oh my god, I haven't seen you in so long! Dude, we saw Sid like once so far in Shadowbringers. I think. Maybe not even Shadowbringers. I think it was post Stormblood. I'm so happy to see him. Buller, that's what I was thinking. I didn't say it though. You said it for me. I've known Genoma since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. No, you're good, bud. Yeah, I don't think Sid has shown up in base Shadowbringers. Because we've just been in the first for like all of it, right? 5.1 was the first time we canonically came back to the source. Even though we had free reign of it the whole time. Imagine, dude, imagine if Shadowbringers locked you into Shadowbringers like to fit with the canon. But if it locked you in until you were done base Shadowbringers, that would have been like, there would have been uproar. People would be like, I want to play with my friends. That would suck. It would be so bad. It would be so bad. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hour they were fucking, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably lead to sex. And with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. To change Sid inside out. I'm sorry. The troop was to be, I'm sorry, my brain is, I'm sorry. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his throne, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Listen, this was before he met Nero, okay? It was before he met Nero, it was wilder times, it was college, all right? I deserve that. Oh man. There was a canon reason you could go back. Yes, there was. Thought there was a line in early Shadowbringers. Yes, it was because you went there with your whole body, Golsif. You weren't just like your mind, you were your whole body, so you could freely travel between. That was their logic for it. What did I just walk into? Terra being horny, I'm sorry. Nero has been the power bottom of their relationship. Genomus is a fling. Exactly, Blur, you get it. I think Sid grew up with Nero. They did, but this is before they were an item, Izagi. There was always that tension, but Sid was explorative with Genomus in college. I'm sorry I'm making this headcanon. I'll stop. I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh, Jolly's right. We have Cat Sid. We have Cat Sid in Shadowbringers. Terra being horny, tell me something new. Art will never again... Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the sky so others might do the same. Dulia, also power bottom. True, dude. True. God, Dulia's so pure. Terawatt pet story would stop. There is when the Exarch tells you to attune to the main Aetheryte in the Crystarium. What? There is what? Wait, at Golsif. Yes, Rando. Rando's got it. That's when they canonically tell you can go back. Thank you for the hydrate.
Such devastation.
What I'm trying to say, rather poorly, I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. We learned that with Maxima. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority, was it Maxima or Maximilian? I don't remember his name. Of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself, whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that stack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Dolmen who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Maxima, thank you guys. He was so cute. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. Me. Just me. Basically just me. And people from beyond the Rift. But you're different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? Yes. I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy from adventure. I like that line. Sid is also pure blood and also proof. Yep. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. I just want to see more arts and crafts. I like the Bahamut arts and crafts. Also, was that Leviathan on the roof? No, I don't think it was Leviathan. It was a serpent of some kind. Leviathan, Leviathan. What is your hat? Sir, let me see your hat. This looks important. Turn around, let me see that hat. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Evilis. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants, that is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Alita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to regent. Evilise, gosh, a name I haven't heard in age. Welcome to nostalgia. Yeah, Rando. I feel the same way, Diod. I feel the same way about Yulmore and the Garleans. You can see a lot of parallels. Not perfect parallel, but close enough. The only thing I enjoy about running Praetorium during Moogle tomes, are you just farming Praetorium, Jolly, to get Moogle tomes? What is the most efficient thing? Because I heard that it's a group of blue mages in Brayflock's Longstop Hard. I heard that was the most efficient. I assume that was just some genetic fuckery that Emmett did. Very likely. I love this story and these raids. I'm excited. Been farming Prey because why not? I saw it recommended that if you're like lazy and you just want to watch Netflix while playing, load up Praetorium, load up Netflix on a second monitor or alt tab, and just watch Netflix while running Praetorium. I think it how long does Praetorium take? Like 40 minutes? So it's not fast, but it is easy. Your blue is like level 40, you don't have what people want. I want to do blue content at some point. I keep saying that and I really, really want to do it. I don't think I can even get Moogle tomes because baby, yes you can. The earliest dungeon is, oh shit. There's something like level 40 something, isn't there? Or no, maybe not now. Maybe you do need to reach level 50ish. Hi Hike, how you doing, bud? Several A Realm Reborn dungeons, yeah. If it's synced content outside of Savage rating, a group of blue is usually fastest. Oh, I want to level my blue. I want to level my blue so bad. Sunken Temple is available. So if you have Sunken Temple, you can get tomes that way. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Evilise had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge, was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Evilise lie beyond Nagsha? Buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. I know you're going through the 14 addiction, but do you plan to do an Elden Ring run again? Yes, I absolutely do, Hike. 100%. I want to do a mage build because I did an arcane build the first time through. I absolutely intend to play Elden Ring again. 100%. I don't know if I'll wait for like a content DLC that isn't PvP or if I'll just go at it again when I feel like it. But I 100% intend to do another run. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Evilise's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals unlike any others. My father called them Orisite, claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent! Evilisian legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather Orisite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the Orisite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Monkas! Alma, who are these people? I told you not. I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Okay, I don't like this kid. I don't like this kid at all. Whew. Yoshi P said there is coming new blue content in some of the Endwalker patches. Also, the running theory right now is that 6.3 is coming January 10th, I think is what a lot of people are saying. Because they said these Moogle Tombstone events always run for exactly a month, right? I've seen 12, you don't want to touch that stuff. It's Nethersite, uh-oh. They acting like this stuff is rare. My men be using this shit like Pokeballs for Asians. Yeah, literally. Nethersite is bad, stay far away. Got it. If you don't like him now, wait for later. Can't wait to hate him even more. It'll never be Asahi though. Asahi takes the cake for biggest piece of shit. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools not to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I have known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color his judgment. You are lucky to have him. Asahi's done so well. Yes, he is. Because, like, if you're paying close attention, everything that he's saying is too convenient. Because I remember I was like, I don't know if I trust this kid. Like, everything was way too like, yes, no problem. Oh, yes, we will have it done. Yes, no, yes, we're in peace talks. It'll be perfect. I'm like, huh? It was strange. And then, boom, and then it was like, there it is. All right. There were only 13 known aura sites in Final Fantasy Tactics, and we just got a collection of Pokeballs, like Jolly said. Even Vothru was more likable than Asahi, well, because Vothru had baby rage. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry. Didn't I solve your affair with Omega? Oh, they're coinciding, aren't they? They're both happening at the same time. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanaster, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. Emotional, not clickbait. Hi, Ben! My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanaster into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. This is during 4.1. That makes sense. Okay. As far as I'm aware, we've only had like 3 pieces of white auracite. Because the first one was in the... Oh shit, what was it called? The Catalyst or something like that? Where you fight the 2 of them and then they fusion. That I think was the first instance of white auracite used. The second one would have been for... Did Lahabred die in that moment? I think Lahabred died a little bit later. It's hard to remember it all. Chrysalis, thank you. Chrysalis is what it was called. First was used on Nabrialis. Next was in Heavensward with the Ascian Prime. The third was in Shadowbringers. Right. Wow, so we really have only used 3. Oh my god, Jolly, don't remind me. Don't remind me. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time, I saw an opportunity to rescue our father and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Evolution legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that this is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Oh yeah, La Hubbard got poped. You're right. I say whatever will cause Terra emotional pain. Yeah, literally. The Eorzea was destroyed by the Orsite. La Hubbard died to the sword. Right. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Sir's capable hands. He has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant him yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We'll not forget this kindness. No, Sid, stay with me, buddy. I miss you. You fuck. Going to work on fucking Omega shenanigans. Well, sir, let me see your hat. Sir, I have interest in your hat. I want to see that guy's hat. Let me look at your hat. Let me look at that guy. Oh. How do I get this hat? Stop looking at me. I want to look at the hat head on. How do I get this hat? This hat is incredible. I need it. It's like flat cap, but little goggles. Oh my god, it's perfect. I need it. I need it. I have a need. It's crafted? If anyone can find me the name, I will love you long time. It's a perfect little hat. It's like my sage. Oh, I forgot my sage glam looks like that. Do I have any glams that are still using that? I don't have a single glam that's using my flat cap. What is wrong with me? I went from flat cap on everything to flat cap on nothing. What the hell happened? They're all wearing it! Fucking show-offs! Give me your hat. Give me your hat. I'll just knock one of them out and take it. It's like flat cap plus. Is it Sky Pirate? It's so nice. Someone needs to look at the Neo Ishgardian gear. Where's it located? Where's it located? Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Damascus. Okay. City Ball. Checking market board, love you. Found it? What's it called? What's it called? It's iron. Oh, is it only for gatherers? I'll cry. Don't tell me it's only for gatherers. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I did not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. No, I'm so sad. My dream is dead before it even began. Newish Guardian fills the same role. What level is Newish Guardian stuff? As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. Level 80? No problem. A lot of my classes are level 80 already. What's that mean? Only for gatherers? Yes. It's such a good hat, dude. Dream is dead. Oh, well, I can get it for one of my gatherers, I guess. I wonder if I should join this run. How many do we have currently? Has anyone formed the party? Not yet? We haven't? Okay. I'll do it myself. Fine. I'll do it myself. I think I saw, was it 4 or 5 people in Gridania? I mean, why can't you be a gatherer? Because it's not a combat job. It's just for gathering. You got dog sitting to do in an hour? I better hurry through the cutscene then. I love this hat though. Even though my face is still dirty and I'm not fitting of a fancy hat. It's a great hat. You have to DC hop? We are on Ether Adamantoise, Demi. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. What was that look? Huh? You're not letting her come? Ramza! I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. No, Alma! Just got on, I can join too if you need more. Absolutely. Come, we're wasting time. Peeking on my lunch break, how goes the raids? Terra's reading at Terra speed. So we're not in there yet, but we're about to be, I feel. Heading to some place called Dalmasca. Ooh. God, I love this ship. This ship is so fucking cool. Oh no, Rabanastre, not Dalmasca. Whoa! Wait a minute. I just got hit with nostalgia. This is like the main city from 12, or at least I remember spending a lot of time in here. Oh, this is so cool. This is really cool. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago, but after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then, your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city Lysalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Terra just stalled for 3 more hours, then I can join, /JK. Is the link shell gone? Was gonna link the gear. It shouldn't be. It should. Oh, Ven, are you in the new link shell? Are you in the like ancient old link shell? Because that link shell is gone. There's a new one, a shiny new one that we've made. Terra, there's a 77 healing. Which, wait, is it from the, what, Malika's Well? Is it like a Nabath thing? Does it go with that Nabath set? Cause, I'm excited if you say yes. Nabath, yeah. So my healer can have it. Okay, I'll settle for healer having it rather than none. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pah, your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. Yeah, fucking let him know. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearances of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Why do I keep losing link shells? Well, yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Wait, did we actually lose our link shell? Do I need to make a new one? Did it fall apart? I don't know when they like unmake themselves. I know there are certain conditionals that unmake them. I don't know if we hit that. You see, it's as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. If you go to a new data center, it gets rid of the link shell? Oh, so the link shell is on Dynamis. Got it. When has that stopped us before? Fool! Do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of light. Bit more than you signed up for, huh? The royal city of Rabanastre, now accessible. So did you watch the images that I sent you? What'd you send me? Corneco, I have the memory of a gnat. Exclamation mark memory? How do I get to where the people are? I wanna be where the people are. I wanna see them posing. Is that Leviathan? No, that's not Leviathan. Who the fuck is that? Leviathan. And that's definitely Bahamut's Claw. 100%. You think that is Leviathan? It looks so different. Gamers assemble! Wait, should I assemble outside? I didn't want to spam Terra with towels. So it exists. It's just on Dynamis. Hiya! Is that the hat? Is that the healer hat? Oop, shit, what's happening? Ah! Dream Tunic! Jolly! Jolly, thank you for Dream Tunic. This is the whole set for Gatherer. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, it looks so good. Carbon Weave Cap of Gathering. It looks so good. I love this. What does my Gatherer look like right now? Oh yeah, I didn't glam it. It looks stupid. I don't like it. Also, this raid is level 70, right? I could do this on Dancer if I wanted to, which I kind of do. Although, I want to be a res mage. I barely ever get to do content that I can res people with. That's Ven. How do I invite you to the link shell? If it's... How do I open link shells? It's been a minute. Crossworld link shells? Oh yeah, it's gone right now. I think because it's on Dynamis. It's supposed to be right here. There is no link shell here. If we make a link shell on Ether, can I invite you guys into a link shell on Ether? Oh Lord Terra, I res people so much in these raids. Yeah, I'm gonna do Red Mage then. I'm gonna do Red Mage. Like, can we basically have the same link shell on Ether and on Dynamis? Because we should probably do that. You can? Okay, let's do it. Unable to execute this command. Oh, it's not my home data center. Never mind. Come here, you. It's not my home data center. I can't do it. That answers that question. So Ven, I will invite Nyaka if you visit me on Dynamis. Rip, yeah. Come here, you. Eh. 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 Okay, who else do we need? How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, Argon? Argon, are you not my friend? Or are you in the party already? Oh, you're in the party already. Is this one of us? Are you one of us? One of us. One of us. Neo Ishgardian Cap of Fending. For tanks? What a cute helmet. Cap of Fending. I like it. I like. Demi, that's you? That's you? Come here, you. Be my friend. I like seeing you guys' orange names around me because then I know if it's one of you guys. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got room for one more. One more human. The casting and healing caps look great as well. The Neo-ish Guardian. Oh. Neo-ish Guardian cap of aiming. Dude, hell yeah. Is this Neo-ish Guardian stuff crafted or is it a dungeon?
Emotional damage.
It's crafted. Nice. Hi, Melian. You like that Victorian steampunk aesthetic? I do. I do. Ah! Ooh, what's this? I'm healing. Jolly, thank you. Thank you for hat. Amazing. All right, we need a steampunk aesthetic for my healer now. And they're dyeable. How do they take dyes? Oh, they deepen the color, or like they dull the color a little bit, but still cool. Could do a little police officer. Little police officer glam. Do 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 do. You just jumped down and got it. Jolly, you sweet soul. We have room for one more if anyone's rushing over. Speak now, or we can just go with 7 as well. Have one random human. Is that the post-Moogle cap? Guys, I need to do post-Moogle quests. Ah. I need post-Moogle. I need post-Moogle. I need it. Undiable though? Still so cute though. Still so cute. Wait, what hat is that? Far Eastern. Oh, this is Mog Station, isn't it? Far Eastern? That sounds familiar. I was on the Mog Station very, very, very recently. You also get sparkly underwear from the post-Moogle quest? That's cursed. I'll go. Oh wait, I can't yet. Rip. Hat just makes me think Waluigi. The post-Moogle one, Jelly. Because Waluigi's purple. Come on. At this rate, I might not have time. Should we just go with 7 then? I don't know if anyone's moving over. It's Mog Station, yes. Spotted alongside the Dote, which is... Dote is like best in slot emote. Dote is so good. I would jaunt over to Adamantoys, but I want to finish my daily ARR tribal quests and get going. Been a major Stellaris mood. Sith, oh my lord. All right, we go with 7. Raids. The Royal City of Rabanastre. Is everyone on the jobs they want to be on? I think they are. Looks proper. Looks right and proper. Average wait time 30 minutes. Argon, you might not have time. What's this? Hat of Striking? What? How come I can't preview it? Why does it look weird? Not a lot of people doing these raids? This is so sad. Let me see. Hat of Striking. Oh, what the hell? Wait, that's cute. Does it have a toggle? I kind of wish it was just the hat on top. I don't know what this little like doodad is here. This little doohickey. Casting looks the same as striking? That's so weird. So cute, dude. Hang on, there's some new humans here, eh? Let me look at your plate. Hell yeah. Instead of a Burger King, you shall have a Burger Queen. All will love me and despair. It's still midday, early evening for American workday. This is true. This is true. We could potentially save the raids for later in the evening when we think more gamers are going to be online. I love this. Well done. Well done. Yeah, Heavensward raids have Moogle tomes, so I imagine not a lot of people are doing Yblis. Yeah. Stormblood or Roulette. Yeah. Is technically still at work. So the Neo-ish Guardian set was designed by a fan for an aiming set contest. That they designed a separate set for men and women. The men got the cap and glasses, women got the tiny top hat and the frills. So they made versions of the set for all roles. That's so cool. Dude, that's so cool. Imagine being that fan. That not only do you get the aiming set, but they liked it so much, they spread it across all the roles. Might be better to wait for later. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do that. Like when I'm home for work. Thank you. I love when people get jokes I put in there. Not a Burger King, but a Burger Queen. Have I seen yours? Thunaria? Oh my god, I love, dude, the Titania weapons. The Titania weapons. We could do a crumb of MSQ. We could do a crumb of MSQ while we wait till later for more primetime US. That's you, Serena? So cute. Wait, are you Femro? Oh my god, you are. Am I in the minority when I say that I love Femro's noses? It kind of looks like, how do I word this? Like cat noses or like a lion nose? I don't know, I find them cute and I don't know why. They're doing the same kind of contest for weapons for each job. They just announced the winners for the Reaper and Sage weapon design contest. Do you have a link to that anywhere, Sip? I'd love to see them. Femros are bays. Yeah, they are. I find Femros beautiful. Same. I like them. Very distinctive. Yeah. Dog noses. Ro is based on Galka from 11. FFXI Galka. Oh, I so see it. I so see it. They're like less fuzzy. Hang on, let's pull up this let's pull this up on stream. They're like less fuzzy Galka. But I so see it. Cool. Galka were like super fuzzy. Yeah, I'm gonna need to leave the queue. I don't got time. Yeah, we'll do something else until we wait for primetime US, and then the queue maybe will go faster. Worst case, we might need to save the Evilise raids for later, because Moogle tombstones. Right now, everyone's gonna be hard farming Moogle tombstones. Unsafe stream is unsafe? Yes, Vel. We're actually about to go do, I think, a little bit of MSQ. Or we could do Dancer quests, since Dancer is 70. That's the link to the weapons. Thank you. Let me see. Also, hi, Ian. How you doing? Grand prize. Oh my god. Not only are these so cool, but the thing that made me actually hella gasp, this is so sick. This is so sick, by the way, for a Reaper weapon. Oh, that's cool as fuck as well. I didn't look at this one closely. It's a scarecrow. Oh, that one's sick. This is what I gasped at though. This is incredible. This will be in the game because it won. You're really enjoying your Reaper right now? Hell yeah, Val. 11 only had male and were-dog-like. Mikote are based on Mithra, who are only female. Got you. This will be in the game in the future. Holy shit, what a cool design. You know that all the Sagebanes wanted actual proper wings. The White Scythe is so much cooler, sad it lost. Does it show like honorable mentions or anything? Wait, did this win? Did this win? Who the fuck gonna be having forks and knives? And spoon? Just a heads up, less than 10% of the Mithra in 11 were actually female. Oh, you mean the Mithra players? I feel like that's still true, even in Final Fantasy XIV. The fact that they're Feo Ool wings make them even better. This is incredible. And dyeable? Wait, the fact that it's dyeable is really cute. There's a serious and a joke weapon. Both are being implemented. So is the Scarecrow technically the joke weapon for Reaper? Because it's still so fucking cool. No, that's so sick. The light turns on, the eyes light up. No, this is so sick. 95% of cat girls are guys IRL. Who asked? Literally who asked? Literally who cares?
Hi, gay.
Normal classes in case you never saw them. This is really cool. Wait, why'd you call them normal classes? Yes, a soup ladle. 14 has a 45+% female player base. It's probably the largest female representation in MMO. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, dude. Hell yeah. It's always a serious and joke weapon outfit that gets in. Got you. Oh, for warrior? Oh, that's sick. That's so cool. Wait, so are Jolly, these are what I'm looking at. Are these gonna be in the game? Like confirm. Also, this BGM is going off right now. You need to chill. You need to chill. Pretty sure yes. Grand prizes get put in the game. Holy shit. Dude, these are so sick. For Dark Knights? Oh, come on. Anything with wings I'm a sucker for. And there's a spined vertebrae in the design as well. Stop, that's so cool. We can live our best magical girl life with this Dark Knight sword. Are you kidding? Red Bull gives you wings. I won the award for honorable mention for monk weapon, but your design isn't shown below. That's so heartbreaking. You can always share it in the Discord. I would love to see it. I need that angry puffer. It's so good. By the way, for curiosity, what are your thoughts on Blue Protocol being published by Amazon Game Studios? Blue Protocol? I haven't even heard of it, so I can't have an opinion on it. Magical Girl Dark Knight, we love it. We love to see it. Gunbreaker. I'm kind of underwhelmed. Oh wait, Aetheryte reactor spins when in use. Cylinder folds out to reload. Okay, hang on. So I think most of the detail for this weapon was put into these small parts, these small moving parts. But otherwise the design itself is a little bit underwhelming, I hate to say it. Gunbreaker main here, love the design. I'm just used to really flashy shit. Okay, come on. Okay, come on. Wait, this one is sick. The shark gunbreaker blade? This one is fire. This is a winner for me. A lot of the designs that are serious are generic. Unfortunate. Okay, I love this one. Okay, I love this one. Holy shit. Claws extract and open up when unsheathed. So that the face comes down and then the claws come out. Oh my god. That is sick. That is sick, 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 sick. I love this one. Hang on, never mind the other one. Never mind the other one. I want to punch people with shark hands. Are you kidding me? I want to shark fist some people. Monk has the coolest glams and weapons in my opinion. I wish I liked playing it. I'm glad I love playing it because I feel the same way. Play Monk for the aesthetic and enjoy that it's a busy job, but more for the aesthetic. The blah fists of doom. This is so good. Who's next? Dragoon? Okay, this one is simplistic and nice. This one is giving so much Dark Souls 3. God, what's his name? I can't remember the knight's name, but in a very good way. I really like this one. I I really, really like this. Hope it squeaks when you hit things. Me too. Shark Fists equals a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Truly, Ian, truly. This one is a very nice design. I like it a lot. Oh, and the pole opens up when it's drawn. Normally it's closed off, but these little bits of blue light get revealed when you draw it. Tara, what is one game that you've streamed that you've deemed the worst game that you've played? That I have streamed? I don't stream games that I don't like, so that's a really tough question. A game that I enjoyed the least that I've streamed. That's such a tough question, Hike. This is my monk submission? Boop. Oh, that's sick! Oh, that's so cool! And then all the wrappings open up when you're in that's so sick. The winner is very fucking cool, but damn is this sick. And does the writing appear when it's unsheathed? Stop. Damn. This is a really cool design. This is a really cool design, Blur. Very, very cool. This is like a gimme. This is like a gimme. Using Fat Cat to win, that's like, come on, you cheated. You cheated using Fat Cat. But fuck is it cute. That's fucking precious. Ninja knives. Okay. Okay. I like it. It's simple, but I like it. And what's the joke weapon? This is the, oh! I see why it's a joke weapon now. Okay. I didn't notice the thing on top. The joke weapons are all the best styles. Like, they're fire. They're really good. Oh! Hang on, I'm confused by which mode is which. Is it the blade or is it this, like, training sword? I'm confused by this. Mandragora, my beloved. The white sword is just an extra sword. Oh. So this will sit on your belt basically, and this will be your actual sword. Smaller sword stays sheathed when the main blade is drawn. Got you. Only the red one is drawn. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. Although, umbrella. Although umbrella. That's pretty fucking good. Based on the design of a hidden blade parasol. Cool. Mary Poppins. Yo, how many plants you want on your bow, fam? The little birds. This is your quiver? Stop. This is so cute. Bard mains, hello? This is so cute. The quiver is a birdhouse. This is really cute. That's an awesome design. And then a nutkin bow. Yo. BRB Rolling Archer, need that, right? And then the nutkin bow. These are fantastic. These are fantastic. Machinist. Victory do Povo. Victory of the people. Honestly, I have no complaints. I have no complaints here. Is it like wow factor? No, but it's very nice. I could see it working on a lot of glams. Like fancy bitch looking glams. Based off ceramic paintings, yeah. I have no complaints here. Okay, I have a few complaints here. What the fuck is this? Hi Molly, welcome in. I have a couple complaints here. Why is my bow a bouquet? Or my bow? Why is my gun a bouquet, I mean to say? The flower gun is a Terminator reference? Could be. Get married in that if he runs, shoot. Molly, love you so much. Thank you for the lurk. BRB making elephant glab just for this gun. Yo. Love you too. Oh. Oh. Look at this. It's it's a dancer weapon, but it's fucking swords. Oh, I like this one a lot. I like this one a lot, dude. Oh, that's so cool. This is like best in slot, in my opinion. Depending on how they translate it in game, this could be best in slot. I know Titania dancer weapons exist, but look at this. God, that's so cool. Someone found a way to make dancer weapons edgy. Yeah. So cool. Oh no, also cool. Little flame, shit, never mind. Oh no, fire dancer. Maybe they're not best in slot. Maybe the swords are not best in slot. Oh. No, this would be so fitting with the little tribal setup that I want to make. Oh, this cat's got the gamer posture. Look at the gamer posture. I assume this spins went out as well. Oh, so cool. Oh, so cool. No, they're both great. Okay, oh. Oh, Black Mage Lantern. Okay, I'm like, these designs are fantastic. Each more fantastical than the last. Give me my Black Mage, please. Please, I want more reasons to buy this game. Look at this, dude. That is, the little butterflies around the lantern. That's so cool. That's so cool. Silently hoping Blue got some love. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. Oh, let's see what the joke one was. No, I wouldn't use it, but the little Serpent of Ronka. That's fucking cute. That's really cute. The spoon. The spoon is the main staff. Blue did get love? No way. This is really cute. Summoner Scholar. The little burb. This is, I think it's outshined by other books, but this is really cute. A little personal journal with a carbuncle and a phoenix feather. Okay, this one is very cute. Don't hold your breath, you might turn blue. God damn it, Sid. Hello, ladies, gents, and friends. Hi, Lav. Hello, hello, welcome in. The community really likes their tea. I'm noticing a common trend here. All the Grand Company stickers. This one is precious. That one's really precious. Give me more curved swords for red mages. Oh. Oh. Give me more curved swords for red mages, you coward. I know it's supposed to be a fencing weapon, but the aesthetic of the curved swords. I like this. I like this right here. I lied. I want this one. I want this one for red mage. I want little umbrella. I want this one. This is so cute. Oh my god. Curved swords? Imagine. Saber is a fencing weapon. Aiki confirmed it. There's saber fencing. Izagi also confirmed it. Seth is gonna love the journal. I can feel it. Yup. Sounds like you're having an orgasm. These designs are so cool, dude. I cannot contain. Blue Mage has got an umbrella. Blue Mage has got an umbrella. This is not a drill. Blue Mage has got an umbrella. That's cute. That's really cute. Or a Blue Mage cane. Oh, looks like it's dyeable. What is this? Why did little flowers come out of it? Is this in combat? Actually, sir, I'm a magician. Finally, blue umbrella. Both of these are great. Both of these are great. Actual umbrella or magician's cane? This is a magic cane. This is the best timeline, truly. Oh, the white mage one is beautiful. Is that a little bun? There's a little bunny sleeping in it. That's incredible. Sorry, I'm crying. I'm so happy. That's great, dude. Little fork and cake. Also cute. Looks like Black Mage could use it as well. But on the moon staff, so cute. Yeah. Little cake fork. Scholar? Huh? Wait, this is the backside kind of meh. I'm whatever about it. But this inside? A codex with magic inks inspired from color mixing plate and painter tools. I think it'd be nice for artist themed glamour. Huh. It's an art palette. Oh, they just use the same template for white mage and black mage. Got it, got it. By the way, we lost a magical girl wand for white mage. Oh, and we got the cake instead. The cake is cute. The cake is cute. This one is great. This one is great. Eos and Celine, or Celine and, or yeah, no, Eos and Celine. This one is really cute. I hope it's as vibrant as it is here in game. Eos and Celine, yeah. Fae book. This one is very cute. Ooh. Wait, did they like, is this like a 3D model? No, it's not a 3D model, just very well shaded drawing. Jesus Christ. Oh, I like the little telescope. This one is cute. Oh! Snow globe! Snow globe! That's craftsmanship there with all that shading. Incredible. Finalists. So these are not in the game then, right? The finalists? These were just like people that got up there. This is nice. I really like the shield on this one. Sadly, no. Yeah, finalists are just like, they did well, but not well enough. Oh, come on. They didn't give us a Batwing shield. This one's a little heartbreaking. It's simple, but nice. Why does this dog like to chomp my nose? Because it's full of good, ew, ew, ew. No, I don't know why. Things like these show that random people are talented as fuck and companies can do got to crowdsource. Yeah, crowdsourcing obviously brings such good content into your game. It's a bat. Terra, ew, I'm sorry. The finalist list is a list of people the devs were very impressed but did not win, but they might make it into the game later. Hopium for bat weapons? Hopium? Oh, this is very nice. This is what it looks like when sheathed and then all the purple comes out. Oh, this one is very nice. I like the contrast between sheathed and unsheathed. Man, what difficult decisions. Oh, this one is incredible. It's like so tiny in shield and sword mode, and then it fully fans out and the light comes out of it. Oh, heartbreaking. This one is incredible. I want to see what other red mage weapons lost, or like didn't lose but got into the finalists. That's very nice. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, I'm going down to the red mage weapons. Wait a second, what is this? Is this Dark Knight? Jesus, holy shit. Dude, how did this one not win for Gunbreaker? Dude, the fact that it's like hugging your arm, the fat cat. Although I don't like the implication of punching people with the fat cat's ass. So it is what it is right here. Implementation of some weapons would be more difficult. It's often a consideration. Got you. There's one in the Bard finalists that I really love. Fat cat is not always an auto win. I mean, this one I think is because of the issue of punching people with his ass. A lot of monk designs were wrapped fist looks, yes. Yeah, same with like bandages, just a little different. Do 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 no no no. Little carrot bunny for ninja joke weapon. That's so cute. Do 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 do. Implementation would have been hard. Implementation would have been hard for this, but damn, is it beautiful. That's so cool. Slightly transparent too? Dude, that's cute. These are so cool. Oh. No, you cowards! Give me a Cactuar Super Soaker! You cowards! It would be perfect for summer glams! Are you kidding me? Transparencies are something they've recently been implementing, so it would have been perfect. It would have been perfectly in line with their recent additions. That's the rabbit you get on your head when you do your mudras wrong. I didn't know that. Should also have a look at the Sage and Reaper finalists. Okay. Cowards, give us a Super Soaker. This one's pretty. I definitely like the sword design way more though. This one's also pretty. Weaponized tambourine would have been fitting. No, I think I agree with their dancer winner. The swords are so cool. This one is close. Lotus Bloom. But I agree with their dancer winner. Black Mage Broom. Damn, too bad. Oh. This one would have been so cool. A few castanet and tambourine styles, I saw that. Have you seen the 89 dancer weapons yet? I have not. Should see Pandemonium Savage weapons, Terra. Okay, okay. He shouldn't peek, Dio? Okay, I won't peek. We'll see them when we get there, when we earn them. That one's fucking sweet. A lot of these designs are absolutely incredible. Summoner. Oh, that's cool. I guess it would have been hard to have like a folding out paper though. That's cute. Little handbag. Nah, it's so cute. Oh, somebody else went with like the artist palette. I'm not big on unicorns personally for Red Mage. I'm also not crazy about. I'm happy with the Red Mage winner. I'm not crazy about either of these. Yeah, that one's okay. I feel like we already have similar weapons to that. Oh, that one's cool. I think I'm still happy with the Red Mage winner though. Wait, scissors? Hold up. Scissors? I'm gonna head back to my data center to do retainer things. If you do the raids later, I'll join you. Absolutely, Demi, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm still happy with the red mage winner. Cowards. Cowards not giving us the Porogo staff. Aww. That's cute. A lot of blue mage designs were submitted, eh? A lot of finalists for it anyways. Oh, the Ultros. Blushes with hearts when wielded by female character. No way. Moogle Mog Wand. Surprised that's not in the game already. That's cute as well. Damn, a lot of white mage finalists. That would have been beautiful, but I can see why it would be hard to implement. A lot of glowing visual effects there. Oh, this also would have been hard to implement. Especially if they made it look like actual water. Wait, finalists got this umbrella? I'm so jealous. These were your Reaper and Sage contributions? Damn, I really like this one. Wait. What is this bit here? Oh, you're just saying can be tilted down. Oh, I was thinking if it had a wing come out of it underneath. I thought that's what this was. Like a dual wing design. This was for Blue Mage? Little bells for Sage would have been really cute. That would have been really, really cute. Floating carbuncles. Oh, this would have been so nice as well. This was more of a serious design. Damn, dude. Honestly. Incredible. Incredible. I'm still a huge fan of these. Huge, huge fan. Whew. The finalist Reaper and Sage has some weapons. I imagine they were a very, very close call. I was thinking it must have been so hard for the people judging this to narrow it down to one winner because there are so many incredible designs. Really, really just incredible. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's decide what we're gonna do. Hi, guys. Y'all just chilling. Woo. What should we do then? Should we do a little bit of MSQ? Or are there any other optional Shadowbringers dungeons that I've missed out on? Other than the twinning? Or is it just the twinning so far? Oop. Finish 5.1? Alright. Alright, fine. You guys can have one crumb of MSQ as a treat. Because you've been good. Knives! Knives, sir! That's dangerous. Those are nice. Those are very nice. There was a finalist Sage weapon that are just hands pointing at the enemy. Like the old school fucking Final Fantasy menu hand. Also like the Asura hands for Sage 2. Yes? Dude, those have been fire. Are you kidding me? Alright, fine. We'll do a little bit of 5.1. We'll finish 5.1. How's that? Finger pointer, so cool. Could maybe do the first of the Shadowbringers trial series. That's a good idea as well. Like on Extreme. I've got meeting, which will likely take an hour. Yeah, we're good. We're gonna do a little bit of 5.1 while we wait for prime time. Thanks for coming, gamers. Sorry we couldn't queue up for it. Everyone's farming Moogle tomes, but we'll do it at prime time, okay?
Yay!
We'll see if the queues are a bit more tolerable then. I haven't done Warring Triad. That's Stormblood, isn't it? We should do Warring Triad at some point. For now, we head to MSQ. I'm scared. For the people, we should do Warring Triad. Maybe today, maybe Thursday? I don't know. We'll see. We'll do it soon. Or is it Four Lords? We've done Warring Triad. Warring Triad was Heavensward. Four Lords is Stormblood, right? If I'm understanding. It's down below to the Glory Gate. Wait, Glory Gate? There it is. Yeah, okay. Four Lords. Four Lords. We finished Warring Triad, right. So we have Four Lords. Okay, before we dive into MSQ, I have to pee really badly. So we're gonna take a quick little pee break. Everybody go get water, go stand up, etc., etc. We'll be back in a minute. You're like school in July. No class. Who got him? Come on in. I hope your stream was amazing.
Perry the platypus, you're no match for my potatonator. With this device, I will turn the
Potatonator?
whole tri-state area into a giant baked potato.
Wow, was that clip not meant to be? What? What? That clip was made for this moment. That clip was made for this moment. How is that so? It picks a random clip, Toltales. Is this a logic seed? I think, oh my god. I think it is, Togepi, I think it is. I think it's like slightly. I choose me. I will fight the goblin. Since nobody else wants to, I'll do it. Am I winning? Ah. Van, take the train again? What the fuck? This seems like a very obvious cliff. There's several messages. There's blood stains. Let's let the samurai go first. All right, Mr. Samurai, you lead the charge. Thank you, Mr. Normie Samurai, for dying for the cause. So, oh my god. I have crabs. I'd like to give you crabs. For dinner.
For dinner.
For dinner, guys. For dinner. For dinner. Miss, I fucking saw it. You take that 9 damage, dude.
Shut up.
I don't think your sword is strong enough to... There you go.
My god, that was frame perfect, dude.
You're welcome. I liked watching you like fail horribly at trying to parry him, and I just walked in front of you and parried him for you. You need to move on, you guys. You need to move on. Kukuro is dead. It's never coming back. Gosh, Terra. All the hopium in the world will not bring Kukuro back, alright? For the people! Boop. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Sir, if you would go and make inquiries in Right, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be the next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, and if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Right, we're searching for Chinus, right? Also need to fix something here. Okay, there we go. Whew. Speak with Hastelot. Now, do we think he's been kidnapped? Crumb of MSQ time? Yes, just a crumb. Hastelot of what, Jolly? Get out. Get out with them pawns. Wait a second. I know I said a crumb of MSQ, but hold up. Hold up a second. This is important. And it needs to be done. Where's my fucking lally ho? Oi! Bea, do you have lally ho? You have an ether current. We'll be back in 1 second for you. Lally ho comes first. Actually, no, ether current comes first. Come here, you! Well, scuff my helm. If it ain't that foreign dwarf we've been hearing about. Well, well, well. I'd be giving you a proper welcome then, eh? Lally ho. Lally ho. Now that's what I like to see. A lally ho straight from the heart. I only wish my own boy would put a bit more effort into his lallies and his hoes. He's always busy fiddling with his damn automata. No time for swapping swords with folk of flesh and blood. Every dwarf knows that a lally ho gets a lally ho, and you're asking to become an outcast. A mother does worry, she does. And that's only the half of it. I know it's just a stage all lads go through, but the little bugger has to argue with every word I say. Oh, I've just had the most clever idea. He'll not listen to me or other villagers, but maybe, just maybe, curiosity for a stranger will win out over that sour attitude of his. Worth a try, don't you think? Please befriend my son, Ronnet. Just get him used to giving a proper greeting, that's all I ask. And I tell you, he really is a marvel with automata. If you end up getting along, he might even show you a few of his stranger contraptions. This is actually the questline for Lally Ho. Perfect! First try, nailed it. Do you also have an ether current quest? No, you do not. Also, I think there's one ether current somewhere on the field. Yes. And I think then I can fly here? No, this is Clusia. Oh, there's 2 ether current quests. Probably Fugitives of Fear is the other one. And 1 open world one. Do-do-do-do-do-do. My favorite game, Nier Automata. Are you making fun of my pronunciation again, Rando? Is it Automata? How the fuck do you say it? Also, you can pick up the word about Comra, which is the start of the Nier quests. Got you. We'll hold on to that, Jolly. We'll hold on to that. There's also a prerequisite questline for Tank Mount Tribe. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, shit. I missed something. Ronnet, look, we've got a visitor. Why don't you say hello? Who are you then? What? You got something to say to me? Lally ho. Hi ho. Rally ho. Hi ho. Hi ho. Hi ho. It's off to work we go. Huh? That's not how we... Lally... Mumble, mumble. Oh, Ronnet, my lad, you could do better than that. Heads up, eyes front. No need to be shy. I'm not being shy. I'm stoic. Yes, dear, if you say so. Now, Ronnet, is everything else all right? You seem to be looking for something? Oh no, it's just... I mean, I sorta lost my hammer. Why are we so zoomed out? You what? Of all the irresponsible, careless, foolishness. So tired of getting my ass kicked in Elden Ring. My recommendation, go to another area hike. That's the beautiful thing about Elden Ring being open world, is if you're getting your ass kicked somewhere, just go somewhere else. Ronet's hammer has been in the family for generations. It's a priceless heirloom that once belonged to Watts, the blacksmith of legend himself. Well, what are you standing around for, boy? Find that hammer. We'll do what we can to help you. Oh my god, he's fucking dead. Right. Why don't you have a chat with some of the villagers for me and ask if they've seen Ronet's hammer? Just remember your dwarven manners, and all will be well. I'm gonna say not lally ho to every single person. I'm gonna say rally ho. I'm gonna say hi ho. I'm gonna say any other option available. Get out of here with your lally ho. Do 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 do. You want words with me then? Give an Eorzean greeting. Ah, no, I'll give a dwarven greeting. Lally ho. I thought there was gonna be more fun options. Oh, that's a fine lally ho you got there, lad. I like you. Ronet? That sulky sprout's lost old Watt's hammer, has he? Well, lucky for him, I believe yon gentle dwarf picked it up. It's time I was getting back to work then. Good day to you, stranger. Good day. That's a restriction. Oh, you're not allowing yourself to summon hike? What about the bell? Ding 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 ding. Like what about those things? You're talking to me? Jolly, you were synchronized with me on my screen. What's this? A perfect lally ho. You're no ordinary traveler, I see. The hammer I picked up? I reckoned I would hand it over to the elder for safekeeping. You're saying it belongs to young Ronet? Well, he can be a touch shouty, that boy. Do you think you could take it back to him for me? That's my part done then. No, timid towns dwarf, you're so cute with your little stuttering. Cannot escape my lolly-hos, Terra. Don't worry. I'll be doing them shortly. They'll be my lolly-hos. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I keep thinking that's somebody on a mount because it's just such a crazy design for a mob. Huh? Why are you still here? Hammer. Wait, this is my hammer. Well, 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 would you look at that? You see, Ronet, give the right and proper greeting, and folk will be glad to share a bit of kindness. Could be that you've a thing or two to learn from Sir here. Huh? Are you lecturing me again? Aye, well, maybe. Maybe you're not such a bad sort. I'll just put the hammer in a safe place somewhere. I mean to be a famous smithy myself someday, so I'd best not lose it again. I'll leave you to it then. I know my boy's not the easiest to get along with, sir, but he could sure use a friend like you. You ain't never had a friend like me. I don't need a friend. I don't need anyone. We're not gonna be friends, understand? But you could stay around a little longer if you want. So now what? Now you teach me how to lally ho. Almost a friend. You're staying around then? Not that I care. But since you're here, I might as well show you one of my favorite automata. I present you the invincible, the unstoppable, Megasonic Frog Boy. It's cute. He might not look much different than the other models, but I've upgraded him with some new features I invented. Behold! Lally ho! Lally ho. Ah, you only need one la. Ugh, you only need one la. Well, pretty amazing, huh? If you say so. Hey, what's that look for? Oh, I see. You're thinking, he can greet some overgrown toy just fine, but he's too scared to talk to actual people. You just don't understand me. You just don't understand me? Poor misunderstood frog boy. I've got bigger things to worry about than minding my manners. You helped me out with my stuff, though, and maybe I'll forgive you for underestimating me. Just this one time, though. So, I need you to take this coal to Zemet. She's one of the village elders, and her automaton is due for some fuel. I want that sheep. I want that sheep, dude. I need more. How many do I have? Oh shit, where did they go? Uh-oh, oh, they're there. I only have 23. Is it 50 for the sheep? I need more. More. Lally ho, you must be the visitor Zamet was talking about. What can this old lady do for you? Oh ho, on a little errand run for Ronit, are you? That's nice. I can't get around like I used to. What with this bent back of mine? Would you mind feeding that coal straight into the diligent spirit here? Here you go. Poured a lot in then, have you? Thank you, dear. You're as kind as our Ronit. When he heard how my back was giving me trouble, that fine young lad went and hammered together my oddly named helper here. Hardly a day goes by that he doesn't stop past to see it's working properly. He's a surly boy, surly boy, but his heart's in the right place. It's just a pity he handles his failures with frustration. If he persevered with his greetings instead of lashing out, I'm sure he'd be capable of a lovely lally-ho. Actually, I'm surprised he even asked you to bring me my fuel. I've never known him to do that before, not with anyone. I have a feeling you'll be the one to get through to him, lad, so be patient if you can. Thank you again for the delivery. I'm gonna break through to him. I'm gonna be his first friend. My friend, my enemy. You will give me a proper lally-ho before we are through. You delivered the coal to Zemet. Wait, she didn't say anything strange about me, did she? I could change him, savage. Anyway, thanks for the help. Maybe you and I could be friends after all. Maybe, I said. Oh, so this means we're friends now, right? Correct. That's good then. It's just I've never had a friend before. I'm not sure where to go from here. I was wondering though, why did my mother bring you to see me? Was it all her idea? Is that why you're being so nice to me? Jelly, thank you for hydrate. I guess even if that was true, you're no less of a good sort for agreeing to it. I know my mother worries about me being alone all the time, but I can't even talk to her without getting defensive. How could she expect me to get along with anyone else? You've met lots of people on your travels, haven't you? If you've some tricks to help me talk to the villagers, I'd like to hear them. You know, this might be the longest conversation I've had in a good while. Must be because we're friends now, eh? We should work on your greetings. In that case, I'll need your help after all. I don't think I could stand to have anyone else watching over me. You do have one of the best lally-hos. I said hi-ho to you. I didn't even say lally-ho. I can understand what it's like to have no friends. Relatable. And trouble talking to people? Relatable. That introverted life, though. It's fine. I'm not alone. I trained this master bot just to keep me company. Not master bot. Pilar, no. I've seen, so you're with you, Gaiden. Me, maybe I'll have a chance to improve. But I can't skip straight to greeting people and spending time on my I'm gonna keep saying it wrong. Automata is what caused me problems in the first place. No, my only option now is monsters. Preferably one what's shaped like a person. Person shaped like sin eaters? Come on then, I'm off to find me a practice partner. Ronit, this doesn't seem like the... Best idea. This seems like not a good idea. Like a bad idea, maybe. By the way, the near quests offer up some really funny dialogue. He's talking to you. You've been lollyhoing constantly. How closely tied in with Nier is it? Like, is it gonna like ruin the Nier experience for me, or is it gonna make me excited for when I inevitably play Nier? Automata. Automata? That does not sound right. Automata. Automata. That's how I said it the first time, Lav, and I got scolded. I got scolded for my pronunciation. You know what we could do? Hang on. Google has never once been wrong before about pronunciation. Never once. I've never once disagreed with Google's pronunciation. Da, 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 da.
Automata. Automata.
I don't like it. It should be automata.
Automata. Automata.
Automata. I just realized there's a British pronunciation option.
Automata.
We'll call it an automata. You get scolded for best. Why do you do this, Terra? Hi, Jacob. Hi, everyone. Hope you're all having a great night. What's the plan for today's stream? We're doing a crumb of MSQ. We're going to wait until North America prime time, and then we're going to queue up for the Evil East raids. Because currently, even with a group of 7, it was like 30-minute wait time, smiley face. So we're like, oh, everyone's doing Moogle tombstone things. So we'll wait till later. It's a plural of automaton. Sorry.
Automata.
Automaton. No, we'll use the American pronunciation.
Automata.
Automata. Automaton. Automata. Okay, I got it. We're there. We're there. Took me a minute, but we're there. It's the plural of automaton, yes. I just don't know why I struggle with it so much. It has 2 characters from actual Nier. Everything else can really only be spoilery if you know what it is. Missing context, so therefore it's not a spoiler. That twitchy lad there should do the trick. As long as I don't make myself a threat, he shouldn't have a reason to attack us. What a twitchy boy. Hey, you there, 2 legs. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Wait, that's not right. The greeting. Gotta practice the greeting. Lally. Oh, my hands are shaking. Lally, hey, you big lump of useless golem garbage. Oops. Great big gobs of useless golem garbage. I didn't mean it. I take it back. War. Ah, this is not part of the plan. Run, Ronnet, run. Wait, I can't save him? Oh, he's fucking dead. With the delay, I should be back from teaching in time, so at least help with the last Evil East raid. Let's go. Nobody explained the math mechanic to me, by the way. Nobody explain it when we're there, and just watch me suffer as it attempts to make me do math. I will die. I will certainly die. Oh, now I can help. I got you, Ronnet. Please do not do that. There is a sign before the math bot that will help you. Most people don't read it. I will read it. Death by math. It's gonna be a thing today. I'm sorry, I made a mess of things. Damn it all to the deepest mine shaft. Why? Why can't I do it? I'm a bloody dwarf, ain't I? Poor Ronnet, dude. People have chat macros for it? Really, Spade? Ronnet has fled in his frustration. Perhaps he needs a friend to rally his spirits. Okay. Also, Spade, welcome in. How you doing? As Vothri said in his fight, suffer, 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 and know your folly. Bro, why did they have to make Vothri hot? I don't like that. It's not okay with me. Vothri should have stayed horrific. Where's our friend? There you are. Vothri is not hot. Innocence is. Technically speaking, you are correct. The best kind of correct. Except for his toxic personality, true. Also very egotistical as Innocence. Final Fantasy in a nutshell. If hot become monster. If monster become hot. True, I don't like it. The near raids are, however, canon in both games. That's so cool. How is that even possible? I guess I'll find out when I do them both. A lot of references for those that get it, but still really good fights for people who don't. Got you. You came after me? You really are a kind soul, ain't you? And I'm still kind of a prickly sort, but I do dream of helping the other villagers with my smithing skills, just like the great Watts did. It's just that I've spent my whole life tinkering with automata. We got there. I just had to think really hard. Automata instead of learning how to speak to folk. I've always been awkward. Relatable. And that got worse when I realized people were avoiding me. Made me angry. Made me throw up walls and shut others out. Then it wasn't long before no one would come anywhere near me. Soon you'll have to leave too, and then I'll be all alone again. You're overthinking the greeting. Just put your heart into it. You're still trying to help me? Aye, but maybe you're right. A clumsy lally-ho, what lets folk know I'm open to being friendly might be better than no lally-ho at all. This is so cute. Right, my mind's made up. I can do this. Be the dwarf I need to be. You'll be there with me though, right? Right. This is such a cute quest line. Are you kidding me? This little dwarf boy is suffering from chronic loneliness. So what happens when you're chronically lonely is you begin to perceive all interactions in a negative light. You see neutral faces as negative faces and neutral responses as negative responses. So your loneliness becomes self-fulfilling. You become too scared to be open and vulnerable with people. You just assume that they're all out to hurt you. And so you push them away preemptively before they can hurt you, before they can leave, that sort of thing. Run it! There's a lot of people that are like you. This is such a little relatable quest line. You're so cute. Just gotta put your all into it. Learning to lally-ho. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm going back into that village to give them my best lally-ho. You are coming with me, ain't you? Yes, I am. Good. I'll start with one of the friendlier folks. Here we go. This questline's making me a little bit emotional. Because I know a lot of people that are like this. And it's actually part of why I started streaming. Anyways, I'm gonna make myself cry. I'm just gonna shut up. Vothri is still labeled Innocence in the fight before he becomes hot. Is that actually what his name is? Before he transforms? Because that's really cool. I've never played a Nier game. I love the Nier raids. Over 300 runs on each one. You would probably like the Nier games then. A lot of introverts despise social interaction because it's vampiric to them. Totally. It's very draining. I love Ronit. If you want more of him, you should do Dwarf Tribe. I want more of him. And yes, he is called Innocence in the fight before transformation. So, Vothri was never hot. It was always Innocence, right? Lally. You can do it, Ronit. You can do it. Gah! Heaving hobgoblins, Ronit. Are you mad at me or something? No, don't get discouraged. Can't give up yet. Maybe someone quieter. Gently now. This whole questline is making me really emotional. I want, oh my god, I want Ronit to be happy. Ronin must be protected, dude. Oh. As a local Nier advocate, I highly recommend playing them. As an introvert, I totally agree. It's like extroverts, I mean, you guys know, extroverts get their energy from interacting with people. Introverts get their energy from being alone. That doesn't mean introverts hate social interactions. It just means we need recovery time. People with prosthetic legs can choose what height they want to be. Surely they can't. Wait. Yes, they can. Oh no. That's such a weird thought. I never thought of that, tin cans. I can't deal with this today. Isn't that fucked? Lally, you can do it. Eek. I gave it back, Ronin. I swear. I don't have your hammer. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. It will crush me. My nerves keep getting the best of me. Maybe I should just stick to automata. No, I can do this. I'll not let you down after all you've done for me. What if he starts with his mom? Like, say it to your mom 1,000,000 times, and then you'll be good. To the granny. Yes, we love social interactions, but in controlled doses and need time to recharge after them. A lot of times, I don't know, everyone's different, right? For me, my recovery time from being around people for a bit too long and my batteries are really low. It's interesting. I love streaming because I get so much social aspect without any of the draining aspect of it. But in real life, my recovery method is literally just laying on the couch. Usually scrolling my phone, watching TikToks or YouTube videos, or like something on Netflix. That is my social recovery. I find it really hard to like play games or like be on my computer after a social interaction for at least a couple hours. Ooh. That's called me time and it's necessary. Yep. You can do it. Hello, young Ronit. Was there something you needed? Lally. Ugh. You can do it, Ronit. Lally Hope. Lally Ho! Attaboy. Lally Ho! Now that's what I call a greeting, dear. Well done. I've never heard a lally ho like that before, Ronit. You damn near knocked me off my feet. I almost thought you were gonna strike old Zemmet there. How ridiculous. Our Ronit would never do such a thing. He's a bit excitable, I'll grant you, but those angry words don't speak for his sweet heart. What do you think, who do you think dreamed up and built my helpful automaton here? It's even strong enough to carry me, should I need it. Now, Ronit, you've shown what you can do. How about you give a nice greeting to these good folk as well? Lally ho! Oh, I'm so proud of him! Lally ho, Ronit! I fear I may have misjudged you. Lally ho! Ah, good greeting is so reassuring. And here I thought you didn't like me. What is this? I have been bequeathed a chocolate donut. Oh my god. Oh my god. He just came in, gave me a chocolate donut and ran away. I usually just play games and watch YouTube videos or streams to recharge, yeah. Also, as a viewer, I also get social aspect if I talk in chat without being drained. It's so good. It's so good. We love it. Twitch is a blessing, dude. Or live streaming in general is a blessing. How big of a chocolate donut? A little small, but I don't like huge sweets anyways. Nor me. If you've the time, I'd like to see the plans for that helper you built. An automaton strong enough to carry a full-grown dwarf. Incredible. The ones that bring you sweet treats are the ones to keep, and he always does. I'm very blessed. Of course I don't dislike any of you, and I'd be glad to share how I built my inventions. That's a promise then. We'll be seeing you, Ronit. Dude, this is making me so emotional. I can't believe it. Good for you, dear. I think a little gratitude towards your friend here might be in order, hmm? Now, if you'll excuse me, this old lady has things to do, and nary enough time to do them in. Did you see that? I did. I greeted people properly, and they greeted me back. Dude, why am I gonna cry? This is so cute. Folk want to talk to me for the first time in my life, and it's all thanks to you. Oh, you have to come and meet my mother again, so I can introduce her to my friend. I'm gonna cry! Stop! This makes me so happy. Bro! I've never felt so... Same, buddy! I've never felt so happy. Oh, hello, you two. Lally ho. Lally ho. Well, polish my helm and shine my horns. Ronit, you've learned to give a proper greeting. Nothing to it. I had a little help from a friend, though. Spoiler, Dwarf Tribe quests revolve around Ronit entirely, so you should do them. I really want to now. Wait, meet your mother? But we've only been on one date. Yeah, this is all moving very fast. I don't dislike you. I actually need you all, so I can use you in my plans to take over the world. If I'm being honest, I'm a balance between introvert and extrovert person, but most people, when they meet me in person, consider you a social butterfly. But then after the fact, you need to recharge, right, Kuro? The other questline needed for Dwarf questline is way more heartbreaking. So I just want to be clear on why this is making me emotional. Ronit, like the character, the persona that Ronit is like portraying through the game is one of the major motivations on why I stream on Twitch. And it's because I know there's so many people out there that are ridiculously lonely and don't have many close friends, and so one of my major motivations for being on Twitch in the first place was to give them somewhere, like if they happen to find me on this platform of all the places, give people somewhere that they can feel like is like a home away from home, if that makes sense. Somewhere that they could, I'm gonna make myself cry. Somewhere that they can feel at home and feel welcome and feel safe and happy, you know? I'm gonna cry. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. Like, I'm so blessed to be on this platform. And just having this little moment with Ronit is just like totally a reminder of why I'm on the platform. I'm crying, sorry. I count my blessings every day. I'm so sad. Well, I'm so happy, but sad. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being around, guys. As if a little tiny dwarf quest off the MSQ is making me emotional. I am sappy. I'm so sappy right now.
We love you, Terra.
No, Lab. Thank you for the biddies, you sweet soul. Well. What did I tell you, eh? I knew you'd be a good influence on my Ronit. You've done for him what his own mother couldn't, and for that I'm deeply thankful. Never thought I'd see the day. I don't know them personally, Kuro. Whew. It's the oddest thing. After I'd managed the first lally-ho, the next one came easier, and now I never want to stop. Well, I'm guessing you've places to be. Just be sure to come back and visit sometime. Not that I'll be lonely or anything. See you soon, sir. God damn, look at those curls. They're so perfect. I'm hoping to bleach them very soon. So they may be a little less excitable. Hi, Panic, love you. You've learned the emote Lally-ho. And now Lally-ho holds a special place in my heart, dude. I did it! I did it. And it made me super fucking sentimental. All I had to pay was sentiment in order to get it. New color? I think I'm just gonna go straight back to the blue, Panic. I love it. I'm scared. I've seen your black and I love the black on you. But I think I think I would look so edgy and not in the hot way that you look edgy. I think I would just look like a complete edgelord if I dyed it black. But believe me, there was a moment where I saw your hair and I was like, I thought about it. I thought about it. I love you. How are you? I'm sentimental. We just did a little quest about a dwarf who was super lonely and too scared to talk to people. And then we gave them the strength to say hello to the other dwarves. And now they're happy. And it just, I see so many parallels in my motivation for being on Twitch to that little lonely dwarf. And it made me really sappy and sentimental. I was waiting that whole time to do that. Also, happy to be your first Lally-ho receiver. 5.1 is totally safe, right, guys? There's nothing serious, because I'm already, like, emotional. Whew. Dwarf tribe quests also give the lally hop? Is this a dance? Hi, Kaj. Wait, where's the quest here? I think the blue really suits you. You have a good complexion for any color, honestly, except for red. Oh, except for red. Oh, did it ever bring out the pink in my face? Like crazy. You know when you've been struggling with a boss because you're underleveled, but then you win and show that boss level means shit? When you get past one of your walls hike, it feels so good. Same, red is bad. I liked it, but it brought out the red in my skin so much. When I get to my entire attire is gonna be black. Insert very edgy voice here, like my soul. Embrace the darkness in your heart. You didn't happen to see a lone girl over at top rung, did you? It was her turn to keep an eye on the ladder, but she's well past due to return. Oh, she's fucking dead. Bro, same, love red, but damn. I never realized what a red complexion I had until I dyed my hair red. No? I wonder what could have. The two of us were once bonded citizens, you see, and we were not treated well, but even after fleeing here to Amity, it seems our experience in Yulmore has left my friend distrustful of most other folk. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that she simply ran and hid when she saw you coming up the cliff. It wouldn't be the first time. I know it's a lot to ask, but do you think you could find her and calm her down? A soothing word from a stranger might go a long way towards rebuilding her confidence. I like only do red. Oh my god, Lav, red is so fucking hot on you, by the way. I think I've like swooned over you a million times by now, so you know. But my god, is Lav ever an attractive human? I cannot handle. I cannot handle. Seriously, it's funny that it is your motivation to stream, because I watch streams often to get social interaction I don't get IRL. I'm that extreme loner you talk about, Dion. My heart, you're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry. It's the lonely folk of the world. That's at least 50% of my motivation to stream. Nothing brings me more satisfaction than that. And people have like slipped into my DMs on the odd occasion to just say, hey, Terra, I don't want to like dump anything on you, but just thank you for being you. I'm gonna cry, dude. It means a lot. It means a lot. Oh. Not me sitting here crying, dude. Twitch is so special. Twitch is so special. And just knowing that you're making a small difference in somebody's life if they're having a bad day, and you're just like that little bit of sunshine in their life, it's fucking, so cool. Is that them right there? I'm just here to watch people cry and giggle inappropriately. How do I reach that fugitive? Come here! Come here! I can't reach you! I think I gotta go back around. You make these streams feel so homey. It's such a nice place to come and chill. That is oh wait. That is exactly what I was striving for on this platform. Black would be too edgy for you, you big softie. I'm so sentimental. Look at that little mount, but have you not seen the fat cat mount in this game, Panic? It's so good. It's so cute. This community of Terras is my second longest relationship. Lab, I love you so much. There's a player going through Shadowbringers who takes 30-minute chunks to position their character lewdly with a Thancred stand-in, but it happens often. Tiffany Lockhart. Tiffany Lockhart. I stopped paying attention to them. Oof. Gasp. No, please just let me go. Oh, I forgot to soothe you. I forgot to soothe you. I forgot to soothe them. What the hell is... What did I just do? How did I open that menu? It overlapped with one of my other keybinds. I don't know how I did that. This is why Terra's on my top 4 list of streamers. Too good vibes, Panic. I adore you. I'm so happy I met you a bajillion years ago. It's not a bajillion years, but like easily like 16, 17 months ago by now. Where are they hiding now? Where are you hiding, you scared little bean? I'll soothe you proper this time, I promise. Wait, where? Oh, there they are. That's the one? Yeah, to be like her. Soothing words, soothing words, soothing words. Soothing action, 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 action. I saw you come up the ladder. You're a bounty hunter from Yulmar, aren't you? I'm just a traveler. Oh, I just thought since I used to work as a servant to a husband and wife in Yulmar, the Lord would make all manner of suggestive comments, but I did my best to ignore or rebuff his advances. And then one day, the lady accused me of tempting her husband. She pulled me aside and had me beaten near to death. Everyone has such a traumatic backstory! That's why I ran from you. I was so certain she'd sent you to drag me back. Forgive me. I didn't mean to cause you or Zumi any trouble. I'll head straight back and let her know I'm alright. Holy fuck! Jesus Christ, dude. Tara, I'm newish here, but you're my #2 watch streamer this year. Rando, that's holy shit, that's incredible. You've definitely not been here the full year, but you've been here as often as you could be otherwise. And like, don't think I don't notice, because I do. I really do. Kuroneko, my wardrobe used to be the same. Only recently did I start embracing color, and by color I mean blue and gray. It's more than black though, it's more than black. Also Panic, the most important thing about this mount, the most important thing about it, it loafs. Oh, we're okay. It loafs. Still a sucker for all black. All black is so easy because you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about conflicting colors or anything like that. It's just put on all black, boom, done, easy. I thought Rando had been here for like a long time. So that's the magic of this community, right? Is a lot of you guys are, it's not just me. I really have to like give props to my like longtime community members that know the kind of community that I want to uphold and just propagate that. Like you guys are so welcoming to new people and not overbearing either. You're just open, and inviting and welcoming. And I have a lot of people that are new say that they feel like they've been here for forever already. And maybe it's only been a month or so. And it's in part thanks to you guys, because you guys are the way that you are. My hubby's goth, so he wears all black. I'm partly colorblind, so you wear gray and red. That's so cute. Ike, thank you for the lurk. Ah, you're back. Thank you for going out of your way to find my friend. Watch time, 2 months, 6 days, 12 hours of your life wasted, Golsov. 2.5 months? No way. No way, Rando, that's wild. It's a small step, but I'm glad she was able to talk to you. Here, a little something from both of us to reward your kindness. Boom. Okay, now we just need the area one, which is 1,000 yalms to the south. Never eat soggy wieners. Eats. Oh, I think it's on this cliff here. Or maybe it's here? Wait, maybe no. Maybe it's here. Tara got the Santa top. Belle gets the sweater. Hell yeah. Jelly, thank you for gifts. I'm here like 2 weeks and a bunch of earlier VODs watched. I feel definitely at home. Why did I level up? What the hell happened? Was that an exploration level up? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Exploration ding, yeah. It actually scared me. I was like, what the fuck is this? From the exploration experience? No way. EXP from area exploration. It's such a small amount. I've never seen that happen before. Oh, look at this cute little bridge. Can't believe I've been here for a full year now. Jolly, it feels like you've been here like since I started. There's a fucking dragon over here, by the way. He's fine, I'm sure. They're gonna mind their own. Oh, it's a hunt. They'll mind their own business. 692 yalms to the south. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the 10th stream I watched it. No way it's down there. Is it? Can I make that jump? $641 yalms to the south. I'm just gonna check this ledge just in case. I don't trust it. For 10 streams to amass 1 day and 14 hours, Kroneko, is incredible. I mean, I've mostly been here since you started 14, minus the one stream at most. Way back in A Realm Reborn. Dude, that was eons ago. Really? Oh, is it on there? All right, if you guys get vertigo from video games, look away right now. Oh, what? It won't let me jump? What is this? Let me jump, you fuck. All right. I really wanted to jump. I hate when it won't let me jump. Let me end my life, okay? Heckin' rude. No self-unaliving, fair. 260, how did I miss this current? Where the fuck is it? No way it's on the beach. Oh my fuck, I think it's on the dock. How did I miss this? I do what I want, let me jump, literally. Can't pass ledge without flying. Whee! Oh my god, I must have ran right fucking past it. On the docks of Blue Mage Beach. Wishing I was fishing. Look at that fisher. Oh my, Goth Mommy? Hello? Mahjong Master? It's a Goth Mommy? Who knew? Look at this little fisher. Turns out they're a Goth Mommy. Incredible. Incredible, incredible. All right, let's go. Actually do MSQ. Now that we've gotten all that done and got sappy and emotional. Hastelot, sir? Have you seen Chinese? No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking misspelled gentleman not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal, and the chance of a lavish life among the free. Goth Mommy and Mahjong Master, sign me up. Yeah, where do I sign? Where do I sign? How can I create that portrait? It's under the first. It's under my head here. Let me move. This one right here. The first one, like the character settings. It's called Adventurer Plate. Ooh. Welcome back, Izagi. How was your meeting? And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting a few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend Chai News, was it? I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. So why did he go missing then? I guess that is the question. Mediocre, which is bad. Oh, an improvement. All right, we love to see it. But yeah, you can edit your adventure plate if you open up your own adventure plate. You can like edit portrait. You can design it however you want with a bunch of different borders and shit. And you can change the whole plate design as well. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, pretty nice. Tara, to make sure, have you been doing your dancer quests? No, I was actually saving them for stream, just in case they're good. I think a few of you said they were quite good. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? That he did. I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Kalusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Wait, where is Amity? Oh, over here. Dance requests have an interesting storyline, in my opinion. Right. You have forsaken Technical Step? Wait, I thought Technical Step was at 80. Isn't it? Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking job. Uh-oh. 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 I've done some dungeons at this level. Whoopsies. Uh-oh. Should we do some dancer questions? Should we do some dance requests after 5.1? Technical Step is my big CD. Nobody saw it. It's fine. It's fine. Nobody noticed. I did like 3 dungeons at level 70. Oh no. Sir, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we're here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from nearby villages, you've been inquiring about people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore, but that dream's gone now, burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Terra, yes, you were hurting me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nobody noticed. Nobody noticed I didn't have technical step, okay? Also, Stellar, I don't know when you snuck in here, but hi, bestie. How you doing? I assume you know you can get the class gear from the guy in the Tempest for all I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I could do that on although Sage already has Cripplerker. I could do that on Monk. Oh, wait, no. Monk already has Cripplerker. I could do that on Gunbreaker. I could do that on Gunbreaker. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You've got this lot to up Mount Gulg, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yulmore into a better future, I know it. Yeah, free 80 gear. Cripplerker is better, but it's going to be replaced almost immediately anyways. Gotcha. Artifact gear for Glam works too, yes. Oh, I wonder what the Gunbreaker one looks like. We should take a quick little detour. And want to help, properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. So much to do, so much to see. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he is here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Thvathri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reasons for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal, then? As I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to speak to us. Right, I finished MSQ and now I'm like, I have so much to do and see still. Never-ending source of fun. It's such a good game. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? Literally what I was thinking. I'm going to take a quick content. So much content. I'm going to take a quick little break. I just want to get a quick snack because my tummy is like, bruh, all you had this morning was cereal a few hours ago. So I'm just going to take a quick little, no more than 5-minute break and we'll be right back. Boop. No. Also, this donut is staring at me and it's making me even more hungry. So I'll be back. Frozen just looking at her. Ramped, eat my booty once more, please.
Very well.
Eat the booty.
As Kingseeker,
Eat the booty, eat the booty.
I shall now instruct you, the Lord's successor.
Wait, we can get our own booty shot. And instead you got horny chat?
Sure.
Did anyone see her just like vibrate intensely? And then Arthur was like, sure.
Come on.
And now she's gone.
Damn hillbillies.
What the hell just happened? Oh! Oh, we are here. No! I saw butterflies. Time for two-handing. This is probably what this message says. No two-handing ahead, therefore seek God. That's funny. I'll hit your fucking ankles. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? I thought I could fight him. There we go. Holy shit! Whoa. Green. I definitely ate it. Puppies? Puppies? Not friendly! Not friendly puppies! Oh! Dog! I was expecting to fight one of you, not both of you. Weakness to ice. I don't have any ice. Well, we're just gonna be schmooving on through. We're just gonna be schmooving on through. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm too scared to jump. I'm gonna die instantly after all this time waiting. No! The damage was amazing, and now I'm just gonna one-shot it though. Boom. You can't hear shit. It's by design that you can't hear shit. That's not the one that I thought it was gonna light up. That's not the one that I thought was gonna light up. That's not the one that... I don't get it. I thought this one was gonna light up. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Do it. Do it. Take me. Huh? Why isn't it doing it this time? Hello? I'm confused. Okay, well, it's gonna eat our ass eventually. But yeah. Garbled mess of what should be emotional. Exactly. Ornstein! It's Ornstein! His head is perfectly intact! Oh my god, he's so cursed! His legs! His legs! Oh my god, his legs! Oh. Holy shit. Pick it up. Yes, pick it up. Oh my god. That was everything that I... Whoa, he's big. That was everything that I wanted it to be. What came out of your mouth, sir? Jesus. How do I... Huh? Oh, what is going on? Why would I ever want the physics fix? Oh, Jesus. Does that make me best Jake? By current... Handsome chin? Do you think I have a handsome chin? Is it like, ooh, ah. Wait, double chin. I have two of them, double the handsome.
I am potet gamer. I am potet. Potat gamer. Potat gamer. Hello.
Oh no, there's an opening in the fence. Oh! Saved by the bell. Pimp Jiggle redeemed. End the stream. Well, hang on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have a plan for this. Give me 1 second here. Oh my god, dude. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Here we go. I now have 2 minutes to find a raid target until this song is done. Jesus Christ. We need a raid target. Oh my god.
3, 4, 5.
Valora, you're literally suffering from success. Sucky thing about Road to 80 is that upon entering into expansion, suddenly you have a ton of class quests to do. That is literally suffering from success.
Sloppy.
How could you complain? Sloppy. Rude. Rude ass. Just got your last Stormblood dog. Does that mean you get the super dog now, Demi? I have a question about the BRB screen. Hit me with it. Hit me with it. Greetings, friend. And you too, Master Chai. You have too many classes to maintain. I guess that's fair. Did someone really save 1.5 million channel points at the end of the stream? They sure did. They sure did, Hike. It was startling. Oh, back then it was 750,000. The rule we have with end the stream, every single time it gets redeemed, it's doubling in price. So at a certain point, it'll be unachievable. It's currently 1.5 mil. It'll then be 3 mil and then 6 mil and then so on and so forth. Math. And you too, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Also, super dog time, congrats. Also, I have a serious question for the adults in my channel. Am I the only person who around Crimbus buys themselves as a full ass adult an advent calendar because it's nostalgic and I like to eat a little bit of chocolate every day? Or is that like a shared experience? Do other people do that as well? You have one too? Okay. As long as it's a shared experience and it's not just me. My thalassophobic ass, anytime anything Subnautica related comes up in your BRB screen, instantly does. Okay, Sith, the fucking Subnautica was such a hard game for me because I think I have mild thalassophobia, but the story was so cool. The story was really cool and made it worth it, but holy shit, I was like, ugh, I was dying. Your grandmother used to get you one? Did you get yourself one, Jacob? I don't have nostalgia for advent calendars. Parents don't celebrate Crimbus. Oh, because it's pagan holiday. Fair. Do you buy them anyways for the chocolate? You do that and you give the candy to Thomas. Should eat it yourself. Should buy one just for yourself. Spess and I literally both have personal advent calendars because we're nostalgic fools. I can't do that. I'd eat the whole thing in one go. I'm surprised at Spess. With how much Spess loves his sweets, I'm surprised he controls himself to only eating one a day and doesn't just blast through the calendar. Time travels all the way to Christmas just to eat all the chocolate. Normally do, but this year you couldn't get around to it. Hear me out, Jolly. You buy one tomorrow, and then you eat 2 per day. Is that math? 3 per... Several per day until Christmas. There you go. There you go. You like the theme ones? I think one time I had a Reese's peanut butter chocolate advent calendar, and that was like, oh, it was good. Oh, this year you have a National Geographic one with crystals. Wait, is there still chocolate included? If I want chocolate, I take it and eat it. Go to that theme, please. I remember one year when my siblings were little, we found one under the kitchen table eating all the advent calendar chocolates. Monster. You bought chocolate on the side for it? In my grocery store nearby, they have cheese advent calendars. My lactose intolerant ass could not, but it looks really good. They're also very expensive. They're like 30 bucks or something. You got something better. An Earn Brew? Earn Brew? Earn Brew Advent Calendar. What the hell is that? What the hell is this? Is this alcohol? Is this alcohols? In my Christian Minecraft server? We would never. We would never here. It's an EU soda. Oh, okay. It kind of looks like alcohol. Wait, it's actually a dead-ass advent calendar. What the fuck? Wait, that's so cool. Iron Brew is a Scottish soda. Wait, it looks so good. Wait, I actually want this. Hello? Somebody ship me one. No, I'm kidding. Do we have Big Red soda? Other Canadians, do we have Big Red soda? I've never heard of it. Big Red. The fuck? This looks like some like Wish brand fucking... What even is this? What kind of Wish brand looking ass soda is this? Oh, Big Blue though. I could get behind some Big Blue. I could get behind some Big Blue. Big Red? Looks straight out of Wish. Do not talk shit on Big Red. Hi, Sweetling. Who the fuck is Christine and why does she have a Minecraft server? You do have Big Red. Seen it in the Maritimes. I don't know that I've ever. The logo kind of looks like Barks though. Barks root beer. Root beer. How do? Nobody look at my typing. Oh no, the logo looks nothing like Barks. I lied to you. It's just the red. It's just the red that looks like. I'm sorry. I lied right to your faces. Why am I like this? Oh, it's cream soda. The only cream soda that I really enjoy is Jones cream soda. I'm sure you guys have this one. I think it's American, right? These ones. These ones. I'm pretty sure also America has these. These ones are so good. Oh. You have Jones soda. I thought so. Yeah. This is real good. This is some real good shit. So Big Red is like the Walmart brand cream soda, I'm assuming? Not specifically Walmart brand, but I just mean in terms of quality. Jones is like you're paying way too much a bottle, but you're not drinking it all the time, so it's okay. Big Red looks like I just want lots of cream soda and I want to feel disgusting. Oh, it tastes like cream soda with bubblegum? Hang on. Wait, I could actually get behind that. That sounds good. Barks is Coca-Cola's root beer, and the only root beer I've heard of with caffeine. Barks sucks. Barks sucks. I would take A&W root beer any day of the week over Barks. Barks has too much carbonation, whereas A&W root beer is much more creamy. It's so nice. Barks is aggressive. So Big Red exists in the Maritimes. I'd like to try it. If it's cream soda that tastes a little bit like bubblegum, I could definitely get behind that. Maybe I was too harsh to judge you guys as Big Red. Big Blue is blue raspberry. I'm going to Amazon. Blue raspberry bubblegum? Amazon. Big Blue. Big Blue soda. Not for that many dollars. Are you kidding me? Wait, that's not even the right soda. I don't think it's on Amazon.ca. I'm heartbroken. No, I'm heartbroken. It's not on there. No Big Blue for me. I love Barks. Have you had A&W root beer though, Serena? A&W root beer? So good, so creamy. If I remember right, it is ridiculously sweet. I would like to have one sip of it and then give the rest to Spess. Big Red is more of a niche, but not like store brand soda. Got you. Come to States, visit. I would love to, genuinely. Where is FanFest taking place? And when? Where and when is FanFest? Because I might deadass go. It's great as a float with vanilla ice cream. Oh, wait, that sounds so good. Yeah, I like the Barks Bite. I don't. That's actually why I don't like Pepsi as much as, like, I don't like Coke or Pepsi, but I dislike Pepsi a little bit more because I feel it's more carbonated than Coke is. And I don't like that carbonation. It just makes me burp and feel gross. It's in Vegas? Dude, that would be so cheap to fly to. Las Vegas next year, July. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go. Vegas is so easy to get to, like price-wise. I do not like Barks, but I can get down on some A&W. Hell yeah, Lev. Same brain. Big Red to cream soda is kind of like vanilla Coke to regular. Oh, in terms of sweetness? Yeah, I would like 1 sip. I would like 1 sip to try it and then pass it off to somebody who enjoys that sweetness more. Anyways, where were we in MSQ? Yes, well, with Vothri gone, Yulmar wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city should very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmar together, and that is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Does anyone remember Pepsi Blue? I don't think so. Oh, you meant more on the niche, got you. It's one of those try once, stick with your normal drinks unless you really like it kind of thing. Do you know what actually was good? Oh shit, what was it called? Coca-Cola. Oh, I have to look it up. I tried it on like I made a disgusted face when I looked at it. I think it's this one. Yeah. This one. Boop. I tried it on an off, like on like a, this looks disgusting, I'm gonna try it. Coca-Cola coffee. Really good. Really, I was shook. The first sip that I had was disgusting because I didn't know what kind of flavor to expect. And then every sip afterwards was really good. This, if you see it in the store, this is definitely a try it out kind of thing. As long as you can have caffeine, of course. I was mad at how good it was. And then I bought another one like the next day because I liked it so much. Coca-Cola with coffee. Who knew? You could be there when they announce the new expansion and see Yoshi P in new job gear. That'd be so good. I don't like Pepsi, but I did like Pepsi Twist while it was around. What flavor profile was Pepsi Twist? Sounds like more like the first sip wasn't so much disgusting as terror. Yeah, because I didn't know what flavors were gonna come out. When I used to drink alcohol, Grey Goose mixed with Big Red was such a good drink. The headaches you must have had after though, Hike, from all that sugar. I can't even have soda anymore thanks to COVID. It tastes like chemicals now. No, Lab, that's heartbreaking. I remember Pepsi Blue, but my impression was that the first sip tasted like Crystal Pepsi, which you personally loved. Then an awful berry aftertaste. Artificial berry aftertaste? Ugh. You could get seriously drunk and not even taste the alcohol? That sounds so dangerous. It was Pepsi with lemon. That sounds refreshing. Hope it's better than the Cola Galaxy thing. No, yeah. If you see the Coca-Cola coffee, give it a try, especially the vanilla one. It was quite good. Your drinks are vodka with Diet Tonic or vodka with Coke Zero. Coke Zero Cherry if it's in stock? I can fuck with that. Are you kidding me? My go-to drink is just vodka and ginger ale together. Because I find ginger ale to be such a light pop. So if I'm going to mix with pop, that's what I do. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying. He sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Aye. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go. I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. My friends called it the uh-oh drink, because by the time you realize you're drunk, uh-oh. I love that. That's why I like the tonic. Tonic just has such a... I could never get into tonic. It feels... I don't know how to word it. It's a weird taste. That happened to you with Jaeger once. Only once. And then you learned. Jaeger is so good. If people are at a bar and they want to do shots and they say Jaeger, I don't think I will ever say no. Because Jaeger is so good. Hello, Mr. Rowe. Are you Rendon?
Well, it's you again.
That's not the voice I expected.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
Don't be rude.
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Ylmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Hello, it me.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever.
Holy shit, Blair, you put it into perfect words. I was thinking that when I was looking at him. Rendon is the kind of guy who still partakes of meal out of habit. He definitely looks it. The quinning in tonic has a unique aftertaste. I can understand how not everyone would like it. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't drink very often, so when I do, it's tasty cocktails. Hell yeah. Your mom, grandmother, sister, and you all meet up a couple times a year and have cocktails and lunch. Jacob, that's so fucking cute. That's so, I wish. That's so adorable. Quinine. Quinine? What a weird ass word. I drink super rarely. I used to drink every Saturday, and I'll be honest, we will do a few drinking streams in the future. I like not drinking every Saturday. It's nice. Being sober is fun. I used to do it like at the peak of COVID to kind of give people that social drinking aspect. Like we would play a game and we would drink every time I died. But my body is much happier now that I'm not drinking every single Saturday. It's nice. We may do the odd one here or there, but not like we used to. My SIL, sister-in-law, can make the perfect gin and tonic, and it makes me sad I can't try it due to bipolar meds. That's heartbreaking. Hike. No Jaeger for me ever again. That's me with tequila. I feel like most people have a tequila story, and if you haven't had a tequila story yet, it's coming. This is a warning. This is a threat. I was on Twitch nearly every day this year. Mac, you're getting called out by Twitch. Mac, I love you, by the way. Which we appreciated at the time. Yes, that's like when everyone was literally locked in their houses and couldn't socially drink. So we social drank on stream. For Twitch TOS, do they not allow people to smoke weed on stream? I've seen a lot of people smoke weed on stream. I don't know if it's TOS or not. But I've seen a lot of people like fucking take bong hits while they're live. I don't fucking know. One person in particular. I choked on my spit because I just remembered this. I like unlocked the memory. There was one time I was doing not so much a sponsored stream as it was I got access to a game key early on. The game was great, by the way. But I was watching somebody else after the fact play the game to see how they were feeling about it, and they're doing their thing. They're talking about the game. All of a sudden, they pull up a bong onto stream, and then they had a moment where they were about to take a hit from it, and they looked up at the camera and went, and then put it away, and then went back to playing. But like me as a fellow content creator knew exactly what that look was. They were like, oh shit, oh fuck, I'm streaming this game to like promote the game to people, and I'm about to take a fucking massive bong rip. Or like, I should not do this. So I just put it right back down and pretended nothing happened. I was dying when I saw it. The look of terror on his face was perfect. I don't drink alcohol, but I appreciate the warning, of course, Fuller. Ugh, I hate tequila. Tequila's awful. Quinine is an anti-parasitic? It's why tonic was made, and someone very British was all like, let's put gin in this. Hey, you're getting drunk and fighting off parasites? 338 out of 365 days on Twitch, Mac. Wow, 9.8k hours. I may lurk in a lot of streams. Same. He thinks the story is so funny he can't tell the story. Mac, it happens to me all the time. Don't make fun of me. Has given up pretending to have a life. Relatable. Oh no, my water pipe for tobacco. Demi, that would have been perfect. 1k hours over 178 days for you. Izagi, apply yourself. No, I'm kidding. That sounds like a good Twitch life balance. Where y'all finding this info? Oh, there's a specific website. Thank you, Izagi. On it already. Click the Izagi link, it'll tell you. Oh. I don't drink either, but I think I might have one when this year rolls away, because it's for sure been a year I'll be glad to be done with. One casually never hurt. I I used to drink to get drunk. I don't drink like that anymore. Some people enjoy the loss of control. I actually hate it these days. I really don't like it anymore. So I have a few drinks casually and then I cut myself off. Once I feel the nice like warmth of the alcohol, then I'm done. I don't like losing control. It's weird. And you have embarrassing stories and shit. It's not for me. Not for me. No shame on those that enjoy it, but not for me. The legit best part of this year is having interacted with y'all for the whole lot of it. Jolly, we love you. Guess where I spent over a quarter of that and got top 1% of chatters? Tiffany Lockhart's. Oh, Ponto's stream. Ponto, definitely. Was it here, Izagi? Was it in Terra stream? Apparently same Mac, but I have no clue where 3 of those streams are. Oh, were y'all mods in streams that you didn't know you were mods in? I'm apparently a mod in somebody's stream and I didn't fucking mod for nobody. How the hell did that happen? It's like, good job, you moderated. I'm like, did I though? Are you sure? Oh God, okay, where were we? Will the much more, yada, yada, yada. Fuck.
To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
God, China's such a good being, dude. I love him. I got gifted a sub to a channel I didn't even remember going. Twice. That can happen sometimes, Dion. Sometimes, gift subs are the weirdest thing. Most of the time, they prioritize people that are there watching. Sometimes, they just throw it to someone fucking completely random. And I think it's based off of Twitch recommendeds, so it might be a channel that you enjoy, that you got the gift sub to, I think. Or it's just totally fucking just throwing it wherever it feels like. I mean, if you don't have it turned off, you can get random subs, yes. My top 4 in order: you, Molly, Becca, and a guy that I stopped watching halfway through the year because his chat. Oh, that. Man, I just want to say again, I'm so blessed with you guys. This community, like, of all the chats on Twitch, this community is so fucking chill. I love looking over sometimes when I'm like deeply engrossed in things and like seeing you guys just like interacting with each other and talking to each other in the chat. That's like, they don't even need me anymore. I'm just here just cause they're just having their own conversations. It makes me so proud. It's interesting, I don't think there could be hidden algorithms behind random gift subbing. Well, it's just like how your Twitch algorithm, or blah, blah, blah. How your, you know the recommended side underneath your followed channels? I think it's something to do with that. There's no proof behind my words. I just think that's how it works. Could also just be completely fucking random. I turned off the random gift subs for not following recently. I was apparently a modded 3 chats for 18 hours? What the hell? Do people just mod like everyone that comes in? What chaos. Stand on our own 2 feet.
Master Chai.
Here, here. Preach, sister, preach.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make.
Hey, at least we're trying. Fuck. Put down the
In
meal.
my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind.
So you have all the motivation to try again.
But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices.
Oh.
And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
Fair point, sir. Kinda harsh, but fair point.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
Damn, he got him. He got him. Could be true, these corporations use our information to feed AIs in crazy ways. They really do, Dion. They really, really do. I mean, I'm a mod for an alt stream where they make everyone a mod because it's the alt channel. That's like, oh, I can't remember the creator's name, but somebody for a period of time, every single person that wanted to be a mod was a mod. Their whole channel was just mods. And then they did like this great purging of all the mods, like way, way later. I realized everyone I currently mod for is part of the LGBTQIA plus the Alphabet Mafia. Let's go, Mac. Proud of you. Doing the Lord's work. Valora might be hiding, Mac, because this is spoilers. Nobody here unless you time out Prey for making bad references. Vel is our toxic queen and we love her, okay? No bullying.
But this much I will say.
Hit him with inspirational words.
It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included,
Mac also toxic.
flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably.
Hey.
Our days of reckless consumption are behind us.
How did you shape up to be such a good boy?
The distinction between free and bonded died with VOD. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive.
I'm falling in love.
To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on.
I'm falling in love with Chinese. What a good boy. Catnip, final exam in 26 minutes. Oh my god. Catnip! Not that you're gonna need it, but good luck. Good luck, you go crush it. You will crush it, bestie. I believe in you. Dulia tackles, hands off, bitch. I love him. I didn't love him before. I found him obnoxious before. Now I like him. These people always forget there's a sanctuary in Crystarium. But like, if everybody floods to the Crystarium, what then? What then? Surely there isn't enough resources in the Crystarium to house all the Yulmorans, right? And the people of Right and like everything else. And like, I don't know. Surely it wouldn't work out.
But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation.
And that's why he
Please,
wants Rendon.
Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people.
Welcome back, Argon.
I rather like the sound of that.
Hey! Let's go.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
Okay.
You would? You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Okay. Democracy? Gasp. Only people in Gate Town. Also, didn't the same thing happen with Americas? Everyone flocked there looking for a better world? Pretty much. From what I understand of it, pretty much. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Yes,
Ah, yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps? So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. How the hell do you solve that problem? Thinking emoji? A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another, that of production. Go on. For the present, Eorzea's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as a source of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can enkindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up rebuilding effort. Thank you for the hydro, by the way. Grow your own food, probs. But that's not an overnight thing, but that's his solution, right? Use the current money that Eorzea has to buy food while setting up production. We must seize the means of production, comrade, literally. My. Think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Eorzea and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinese. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet, only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Randon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Money. Introduce communism to the first. Communism works in theory. In theory. Hello. What you all dressed up for? You going to a dinner party? Oh. No, you're enshrouded. What happened to your bunny ears? Hold up. Where'd your ears go? Final Fantasy, where are the ears? Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Eorzea. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Wait, the like old school Talos? He wants to revitalize those ones? I mean, I guess there's still a moving body that can move things. Just because they're not the latest model. These things, right? Defective Talos. Ew, Sith. When Viera Reapers and Shroud, they become like Bayonetta. Their ears are their robes. Ew. Man, Eorzea at night looks really cool from afar. Whoa, Jesus, you scared me. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. The chest contains canisters filled with dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. We need to only get within throwing distance of one and let fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai! Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear! Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is, as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? So, hold on a minute. He's like, I'm not going to ask you to do it, but I'm going to ask you to do everything else. Good, then let's be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. I'm not going to ask you to do it yourself, even though it would be far safer and far easier for you to do it, and instead I'm still going to ask you to be my scout and look out for me. Hello? Keep a lookout for danger. Okay. Oh. Well, that was embarrassing. I reckon I'm supposed to wait for it to turn around. Bro, how did you insta-fail? Because I didn't pay attention to the quest. SMH my head? How dare you? Imagine it just fell backwards on him. And he fucking died. I was like, well, so much for Yulmore. I did it! I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Calm yourself, old boy. Everything will be fine. Go! Beep, boop. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. I love when catboys wiggle their ears. Crippler's gear for samurai is so nice. Is it the same as monk gear? Because is it the one that looks really Bloodborne? Because I really like the monk gear. You may leave the next one to me, sir. Haha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Those are really big Talos. I could scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. Hi, Bear! Now, this is like if Sid was overly cautious versus our Sid who's like, oh, did I just set off the alarm by shooting this tower with a cannon? Whoopsie! Oh, well, YOLO. Sid is, what if Chinese was a bit more impulsive? You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains, I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me, and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. Heyo, do we finish Evilise already? Or is this a break from it? We were gonna do Evilise, but the queue time was like 30 minutes. And we're like, okay, we're gonna wait closer to prime time, which actually, after this quest, we could go try again and see what the queue time is like. I fear that Evilise might not be doable today in any reasonable amount of time, because I think most people might be farming like Fun Scathe and other things like Praetorium for tomestones, for the Moogle tomestones. So the queues might be especially bad. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. We might have to save it, like, I don't know, till next week or later in the week, like this week. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick. If you want to do Evilise on stream, you may have to commit large blocks of time for the queue. Yeah. The queues, regardless of class I was on, were over an hour for each. Oof.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
Twitch is recommending I put everyone in jail. Emote jail with my points. That's so funny. It's probably because you got just enough to do it now, Spade, and they're like, put everyone in jail. See if you can get a full alliance going. I don't know if we have that many people that are on NA data servers. We have a lot of people stuck on EU data servers. Data servers? Data centers. I said, bitch. Hi, Muddy. Hey, he's dirty in the face like me.
What's that noise?
It's Talos! Run! Run for the hills!
Wicked White! Run away, Talos! Call the guard!
I mean, hello, good sir. How have you been? I've been quite well, Muddy. How have you been? Party Finder Alliance raids are crazy. Had a full blue group for Fun Scathe a month or so ago. Oh my god, that's incredible, Bear. Wicked White!
Stay back! All of you!
Dulia!
Is that?
Hi, Valk! Oh, Muddy, I'm sorry to hear that. Muddy, happy belated.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
I can't.
And he's dead. He's fucking dead! There was a hug, you guys! Of course it would be Dulia. Of course it would be Dulia that did a hug. You guys know how many more hugs I want in this game. He's fucking dead. Me too, Jacob. The fact that Alfie actually had to stop and heal him after that hug.
Oh, thank you.
He was on the brink of death there, I think.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
He's so cute. Are they an item? They're married.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Oh, I need someone to do that to my back. Dulia, can you give us all hugs and crack our back for us, please? Oh. I just remember... Oh my god, Serena. I just realized who they remind me of. Miss Piggy and Kermit. Oh my god. Their personalities? Fuck. That's all I'm gonna see now. That's all I'm gonna see. Dulia chiropractor. That's all I'm gonna see now.
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I can't do a
My
Kermit.
absence signified any unwillingness, you understand?
All I can see is Kermit and Miss Piggy. Holy shit. Nero equals Miss Piggy confirmed. No, Serena, why I can't unhear it.
The truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
No, they're so cute.
Please.
Spine Snap 2.0. They're so cute, dude. My heart. My heart. He's fucking dead. Hang on, can I cure you? Can I help you? Blood everywhere. I still want someone to do fan art of them. Dude, cute, serious fan art would be so good between these two. Totally forgot about the scene. How could you forget? It's a Final Fantasy hug. We don't get any of those. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear sweet man, he's gonna make the most wonderful mayor. I just know it. Dulia is now mayor. Would have been funnier if he popped. He basically did. He basically did, Becky. Hi, Becky! I'm fine. I just need a moment. What the fuck are you flying on? Bombs? I dare say the future of Yulmore has never looked brighter. Sorry I wasn't much help. Still, seeing Master Chai go after those Talos was something, eh? Inspiring stuff. Oh, not popped, pooped. Ew. A bomb palanquin. It's really good. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. Or his bones. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Inaugural. I'm saying it right. It just feels wrong. Too bad it's not a two-seater. Which one is a two-seater? Is it the Moogle one or is it the Chocobo one? There's a mount like this that's two-person. It would be funny if he tooted. Gross. Pain in pleasure? What in the masochism? No need to fret, sir. I have never felt better. and not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet with their new mayor. Toot it and boot it. Ew. You stand on it and hang on the side. Wait, on this? You stand on this and hang on the side of this mount? For Lalafell? Okay, where do you get this mount? Where do you get this? I need it. I require it. You there, Kaishir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Vothri's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone's there for Master Chai's big speech, so get yourself down to the Emergent. Go on. Bye, Kaishir, be safe, please! If you somehow get yourself killed in the short time it takes to go visit those other places, I will cry. A Realm Reborn tribal? Shit. Too bad it's not part of the Tombstone exchange. I'm gonna get both the A Realm Reborn tribal mounts, the Direwolf and the salamander looking thing, because I don't want to do a Realm Reborn tribal quests. I'm down to do basically any other tribal quest. Suddenly Yulmore. Should be Kobold. Amalja is the lizard, got it. The chair sometimes is part of the Tombstone stuff, so if I hold out long enough. I really like this version of, what is it, Tomorrow and Tomorrow?
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Becky. Yulmore jump scare? Always. Always, Spade. You only have Direwolf from Realm Reborn? You can get the lizard. I also really want the Falcon Jet? No, Falcon... I can't remember its name. The ship. Because that one was from Stormblood, so there's no possible way I could get it otherwise. Where's my quest? Oh, this way. Also, Keo, welcome in. How you doing? The events are basically every 3.5 months. Oh, nice. So I can just hold out. I can hold out for it. You know what I want to do, actually? We've been Red Mage Glam for a hot minute. I want to go back to my other Red Mage Glam that I made. Yep. There we go. Because of our little red build necklace. It's so perfect. It's so perfect and cute. I don't give a fuck enough about the tomes to actually do the event. Most of it's either glams I won't use or mounts I could get elsewhere easily enough. As a new player, I'm very thankful for the event. Truly. Because there's a lot of stuff that I'm like way behind on. The Falcon was a promotional campaign. It was, I think somebody said, for being subbed for 90 days during Stormblood. It can give mount speed too if you don't have it for A Realm Reborn. I've heard that there's no point in getting the mount speeds because they don't affect flight speed. It's just ground mount speed. The Falcon was promotion, yes. Triple Triad cards and music I don't feel like farming for normally though. Exactly, Bear. There's definitely some useful things in there. That was meant to be a pet. That was meant to be a pet. Let me go more off on the side here because that hand went in very sus places. Ah, yes. Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. Terra? Keo, I'm sorry. My angle was wrong. My angle was bad. I feel like it affects flight. It's felt like I fly faster, but I may be wrong. All the sources that I've seen say it has no effect on flight speed. But they could all be wrong. I don't know. Now that all areas in the game have flying, buying ground speed isn't useful. So that confirms? Are you also confirming? Eternal winds. Dun, 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 dun. You can do it, Chinese. Don't be shy. I'm confirming I've even tested it. Thank you, Bilar.
Go on, dear.
Go on, Kermie. You start playing 14! Let's go! It's such a good game.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
What for?
Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthree's rule.
Got a point.
Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthree. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
Okay. He's like, I don't want to be like fucking king emperor bullshit. I'm just going to be temporary. I'm going to get it set up and then somebody else take over.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthree must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone.
This is democracy now, bitches,
literally.
literally.
That an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you.
Was that a call-out?
But we must accept the reality
Correct.
of our circumstances.
It seemed like a gentle call-out.
Move forward.
He's like, I know some of y'all lazy bitches who never worked a day in your life.
This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night.
That you're welcome, by the way.
Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future.
And hold a democratic democracy.
Then, I humbly ask that
Hey,
you lend
Max, shut the
me
fuck up.
and each other your strength for Yulmore.
Mac, I'll have you know I worked retail, okay? Bravo! Bravo! Good shit, Chinos. I'm so proud of you. You've come a long way since our little dating episode. Oh, fuck. Fuck, the Yulmore jump scares, dude. I just want to see Alfie yell that out in the scene now. Good shit, China. It's very fitting for his character. Seeing everyone come together like that, it was beautiful, that was. The city of final pleasures, they used to call this place, back when the world was ending. But now I hope it will become the city of new endeavors. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did. Oh, it reminds me why I fell for him in the first place. Oh, my Kermie. I can't do it, Miss Piggy. Scared by the BGM? Always. It's worse than Lahi. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the people. That was a fine speech, Master Chan.
Sloppy.
I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Kyo, how dare you? Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it's that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. It's me. I'm that bitch. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism in the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you've officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the Emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Hathenbet? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, sir. I hope to see you again before long. Head and hands. Chat, I need emotional support. I just ended the workday the worst way. Lenny. /hug. I am
/hug. Hang on. I think we have ! Hug in the channel. Yeah, we do. We do have ! Hug. Yes, my throne should be made of pure uranium. Well, that doesn't sound safe for the body. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Eorzea's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. What a fire hazard all these drapes are. Hello? I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. Kaishir can be dressed down after this quest? I'm sorry, what? Like, I can take off it. Can I? Can I boink the cat boy? Is that what you're telling me? With Master Chai at the helm, if only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Eorzea and return to the source with no regrets. Bonk. Hey! Hey! You can put less clothes on him. I'm sorry. What? Stop. No, I will not. I made a mistake with our ancient cash register right before closing. We had to call our upper management to explain why we couldn't close properly. Linny, everyone makes mistakes. Don't beat yourself up. It's okay. Take it as a learning opportunity. With custom deliveries, you can. You have to finish his custom delivery quest line before you can glam him. I'm sorry. Your Kaishir's in a Speedo. How do I do the post-Moogle quest? Just asking for a friend. I think there's probably something that he would like to wear from there. You know, can't be bothered setting up a PF for E4, a party finder for E4S. Just gonna check it every so often, see if anyone else runs it. Being lazy, are you, Jolly? Awful, the lot of you. No, Mac, we're good. We're innocent, we're pure and wholesome. So Halfino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends, in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yule more for the people. Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Stop lying to me. I have never once lied to you, Matt. Kaishir has an okay story after this. His friends Pog. We do Kaishir story? Hi, Echo. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit, just a matter of taking the first step. Still not quite sure how I'll do my part for Eorzea, but I'll think of something. Takes multiple weeks to complete a custom delivery quest line. You can run 2 at a time. Okay. We're gonna make them naked. We're gonna put them naked. Someone searched info on their plate. The 3 adjusts. Healers adjust. Tanks adjust. Glamour adjust. Vows of virtue. Deeds of cruelty. This sounds like... Wait. 5.1 is now done. Yeah? This definitely feels like the ending of a patch. Unless this is the last quest of the patch. You could run Kaishir and Eltul at the same time, for example. How about Zloe Alapo? She needs some stalagmites? Or souvenirs? This is the last quest of 5.1. Okay, let's do it. Truly, to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts, here in Eorzea, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Absence? Beklug! I forgot about Beklug. Beklug, I'm coming to see you. People boom. Me too, pray. Me too, pray. Relatable. Dude, this is a really nice glamour on this bun girl. Hello? What are you wearing? What's that jacket? Neja Lady. Oh, that's Mog Station. Right? Neja? Clown's bottoms? It's a cool outfit. I like it. I like it. Okay, Picasso. You were gonna give Becky shit for saying hi to Prey and not you? Echo, you're being, what's the word? Snuffed? You're being snuffed? Neja said Naja. Nah, I'm gonna say it Neja. Kaishu is the only one you glammed if I remember correctly, cause Speedo. Snubbed, thank you. That is the word I was looking for. I thought this person was a quest giver. I thought you were gonna give me my quests. Who are you? You're not my quest giver. Epic Mulgore. Epic weapon, Epic Mulgore. Snuffed means something else. Oh yeah, it sure does. Snubbed is the word I was looking for, thank you. Clown's Bottoms is from last year's Halloween, so yeah, Mog Station. I think you mean Clown's Bottoms is from right here. Wow. I have it, is my point. I use it in a few glams as well, if I remember correctly. I don't remember where I used it recently. Oh, Clown's Bottoms, right here. Terra is indeed a clown and a bottom, that is correct. Hey! True. What? No. Is this your Red Mage glam? Oh, he's so cute. Oh! Was your plate always like this? My is not bad. I'm just moving too fast. Did you change your plate? How have I never seen your plate before? That's so good. That's so powerful. Oh man. How do you set glamours like that? Glam dresser in your room. Yeah, you can make full plates. It's great. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing is what it is. Oh, it's blurst, truly. Oh, with the static you're in, you disconnect a lot. Oh no. Beglug, hi. I take it you are ready to resume our work. In the course of preparing more Auracite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait your return before sharing our findings. My congratulations, sir. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped bring about. 'Twould seem Eorzea has yet to return from the inn at Journey's Head. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. You saw a mushroom Lala? Wait, how were they a mushroom Lala? How did they become mushroom? They increased the number of plates you can make in Endwalker. It's still not enough. It's only 20, isn't it? 20 is not enough. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm almost at my cap. I'm gonna have to get rid of some plates. I'm at 17, I think? Yeah, 17 is the most recent one I made. It's not enough! But I can get rid of some of these older ones I don't really care about as much. Used to be 15? What a scam. I would already be screwed. You do need glamour prisms to store your gear? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But they're not too expensive on the auction house or market board, are they? I adulted so much today. I took Emo to the vet and fixed my taillight all by myself. Becky, we're so proud of you. Good shit. Good shit, Becky. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Auracite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Auracite was ill-suited for our purposes. Thank God, I hated the plan. I hated it. Something was going to go wrong. But, Eorzea, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. You can also get them from your grand company. Oh, I didn't know that. Inviolable. Thank you, Izagi. Love you. Wait, invaluable? Wait. People are saying, wait, I need to look at the word again. I-N-V-I-O-L-A-B. Not invaluable. Okay, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. It's that time again. Terra doesn't know how to say a word. Inviolable. Inviolable. Means never to be broken, infringed, or dishonored.
Inviolable.
I feel like my tongue's having a stroke. If you'd make the text bigger... Fuck. No, I'm trying to make the text bigger. Oh my God, I skipped all the dialogue. You can't do it in cutscenes, I forgot. What did I miss? Twixt mind and soul, a link which we did belatedly realize be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Auracite doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Auracite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. I have a question. If this world's Graha was able to pull to us on this side, would the sources no, wait, it isn't this world's Graha. Okay, hang on, I'm getting confused. Future Graha pulled us across the reflection to the first. Could we not get original, not future Graha to pull them back? But then doesn't that mean that future Graha is stuck in the first forever? Wait, I'm sad. Hi, Cedric! Cedric, how you doing, by the way? Welcome in. Yes, I know nothing of this game. Keep playing MSQ. I guess so. And we are no closer to a solution than we had first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turn to the transference of memories and the psyche, I cannot help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Sir, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from the encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allagans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower, right? If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allagans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. Okay. Hi, Longfall! How many times did Future Graha miss trying
to just get the Warrior of Light. Literally 5. Wait, 5? 4. Literally 4. 5? A few times. A few times. Also legit re-register. Ours is the oldest in the entire system. It's a dinosaur. Sounds like they just need to replace it, Lynn. Sounds like they just need to straight up replace it. Remember, it's past Graha. He wouldn't even know the magic. But he's a descendant of the Allagans, so surely he could just like magic it up. Like, you know, just do it. Just do it. Like, easy. No, I'm just kidding. New Graha had to use powers of Omega and Alexander to bridge space and time. OG Graha lacks these powers. Fair. I forgot about the twinning. I just put the twinning out of my mind. It also took him 100 years to perfect that magic. Listen. Listen. Plus old Graha has had time. Also sure you go and knock on the currently sealed tower that you cannot get into. But they opened it once. There's a lot of details that I'm just not considering in these. Our Graha is the 20-something-year-old. Hey, don't count him out. He's doing his best sleeping in the tower. I don't even know what he's doing in there. Oh. In 5 times. Who are you not counting? Stola, Alize, Alphino, Eorzea, Thancred. I wasn't counting Thancred because he's not here. Alize isn't here, but like blue Alize is here, so it's basically the same. Yes, after the world was ending. Okay, listen. We don't know that opening the Crystal Tower will end the world. You guys are being dramatic. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Sir return to the source and inform Kryle and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear that we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings onto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in the investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Does this mean Eorzea is going to show up in the raids? Eorzea? In the raids? Well, now I want to do them even more. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? I will. I'm sure she'd be less angry about Alphino being blue Alize versus her being red Alphino. I call them that interchangeably. Gunkle Uri. He cast the spell 4 times, brought 6 people through. That's true. He got a double whammy. He got a double whammy with Stola and Eorzea. Shadowbringer raids are a family trip. I can't wait to get to them. With the benefit of our combined knowledge and the aid of the First's leading authority on soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. Surely. I pray the link to their bodies in your world will endure a while longer. Should it fail, our efforts will be for naught. Becklug insists we resume our work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea, and perhaps a vanilla tart. Aw, Stella! Hang on, I think I have some in my inventory. You want it? Oh, sorry, I have oysters. Would you like oysters instead? No? Okay, well, I tried. I came in a good time before the patch. Hi, Morningstar, how you doing? Welcome in. There was one cast where it looked like it didn't get anyone, so 5. It did actually get someone that time, Izagi, if you recall. Mark my words, sir. Oh wait, what time are you talking about? Oh, I know what time you're talking about. Right. It got Alphino, but you didn't see till several quests later. True. Only one double trip. Twins were separate. Unbelievable. The twins should have gone together. That's what Izagi said looked like. Got you. But I already know the answer to that. Mark my words, sir. We will unlock the secrets to the Allagan Eye and see the others returned home. There was a time when I thought these eyes a curse, you know. But for what they have enabled me to do, and what they may yet make possible, I see now they are a blessing. Graha, husband, you fucking listen here. You piece of shit. Hang on. You fucking listen to me, buddy. If you die, I quit this game. All right? If you have to do some fucking sacrifice bullshit in the end, I quit. I'm uninstalling. Okay? We did not fucking work our ass off for you to somehow be like, oh, I'm gonna cut out my eyeballs and die. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know how the Allagan eye magic works.
If I cut out my eyes, perhaps send them through with you to the source. Perhaps with them, you could be the... I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. I'm making up bullshit at this point. If he dies, I'm quitting. I quit the game. I will uninstall. Where am I going? Get those smiley faces out of my chat, you monsters. Twice, once right before the fight where you're Heian, and then once right after. I was gonna say... Oh, right. Because there's one time he calls to us and doesn't pull us through. Right in the fight before, or mid-fight, I should say, with Genos. Dude, oh, bye chat. Good to know that the automatic emote only mode works. And it should turn itself off, mods. And if it doesn't, please help me. Please save me if it doesn't turn itself off. The eyes aren't fucking Sharingan. Listen here, Golsif. You listen here. The body horror game Yoshi P always wanted to make. Graha cutting out his fucking eye. There's no way in any universe that would happen, but I'm just curious. Oh. I want to go say hi to I can't say his name. Ukulele. I'm gonna go say hi to Ukulele. See if his dialogue updated. Hi, Ukulele. Tell me about icons. Beings the Alligans dubbed icons. How much we have yet to learn. Precisely how they stand apart from primals we have yet to determine. If they were summoned in a similar manner, then who was responsible, and how have they managed to endure for millennia? We've gained some understanding of the Dark Divinity's true nature, yet he is but one of many, and far from the most powerful. The Warring Triad, whom the Alligans imprisoned within the centrifugal crystal engine of their research facility, concerned me most of all. Their infinite power is beyond comprehension. Were they released into this world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. Simply put, that cannot be allowed to happen. The very fate of the star hangs in the balance. Fortunate we are, then, that you have risen to the challenge, Warrior of Light. Your triumphs over the primals are an inspiration, a shining example that future generations would be wise to follow. I have thus decided to keep a detailed history of your battles against the Warring Triad. The journal will be available here should you ever wish to peruse its pages and reflect upon your deeds. Oh, interesting. Cool. Cool and nice. Oh, Jesus, that scared the fuck out of me. Morningside, thank you for the follow. Hey, it worked. I'm so proud of myself for making the thing that works. Let's go. People free. Oh, man. Okay, so emote only mode is now automatic, and it should have a 2-minute cooldown so you guys can't overlap it and break it. So if ever something looks like it's getting like dangerously spoilery, you guys can emote only. You guys can like that, like that. Terra doesn't need the mods anymore, Kek. Sir, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Krau will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with the star... Thank you. Oh my god, I almost dropped it. Thank you. Thank you for supper. Thank you, thank you. Alright, well, you all enjoy prison. Hike literally just keeping everyone hostage. I'm scared of several cutscenes. Nobody can tell me if this is... Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I do not have sufficient time left in my bladder timer. So you guys sit there in your jail, in your emote-only jail, and we'll watch several cutscenes when we get back. I recommend everybody go pee, maybe get some water, maybe have a couple snackies, and then several cutscenes. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. It's 5.1. I was promised this was a palate cleanser, so it'll be okay. Enjoy your jail time. We'll be back. It's over. 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 It's actually over. Okay, boss room. All right, Satan, let's fucking go, dude. Hello? Ah, no! Was that you guys or was that the game? I think it's the game. I don't know what's happening anymore. Somebody's knocking on my door. I was like, realistic knock sounds different all of a sudden. Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Bear trap? Hang on, I wanna pet that. I wanna pet that. Let me pet that. There we go. He looks so happy. He's looking up at my hand. Wait. the fucking.
I don't know what to pick.
I'm gonna go rancher. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna go rancher. No. Double action. Oh lordy. Ready? Sorry.
I can open parts of service now. Oh, come on!
No. Bonk pleasurable way. Hey, that happens at other. Wait.
I didn't remember what he was holding. I like that he consistently had half a face though towards the end.
He's smiling at the end.
Oh wow. I love watching it fall apart. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know what? I want that one too. Oh. He has a gas. Oh, for fuck's sake, he does. Booze! Are we chill here? We're not chill here. Floor? Yo, pubic hair. Thanks for the. Oh my god damn it. God damn it. It's one of those. God damn it. Thanks for the follow. Pubic hair. I'm making a sky road. It's official. This is now a sky road. At what point does it break? Oh, at that point. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, so anyways, it breaks. You know what? Let's get Google in on this. Let's get Google in on this. I will accept defeat if Google pronounces it not the way that I pronounce it. Usually if you just search define pasta, it'll define the word for you and also give you pronunciation.
Pasta.
Ew! I don't accept defeat. I was quite certain that it would pronounce it my way.
Pasta. Pasta. Pasta.
Stop!
Pasta.
I hate it!
Pasta.
It's fucking pasta!
Pasta.
No! I hate this!
Pasta.
I hate this so much.
Pasta.
I'm closing this. I said I would be graceful in defeat, but no, I'm not. I'm not graceful. I'm mad. Let's go! Hey guys, I just went to the bathroom. It was like a faucet. Thanks, sir. You're welcome. It's your guys' fault. It's you guys' fault. Marble? Just terrifying face. And wait, Pine. Wait, let me get rid of the extra ones. Oh no, wait, I gotta line it up. Hang on, here we go. Let me. Quick, someone screenshot it. What the heck? I got one last giant nut for you. I got one last giant nut. You've used them all up. What can I say? I'm a screamer. Wait, phrasing. Guys, I'm on 1-4. When did I reach 1-4? we're gonna go to an army base and dual wield helicopters and live. Okay, you guys, great. Knock yourselves out. You're gonna have a good time. What the? He's dead, Jim. I'm just gonna carry on. I'm just gonna carry on. I'm just gonna carry on. Anyways, with your dual wielding helicopters and shit like that. Great for you. Love that for you. I will. Bro. Bro. That's not fair. Wait. We're done with this.
I want to kiss him.
Actually, wait.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Who is Quailang? No, we already fought Sif B. Calamite? Shut up. Shut up, Pupper. No. If it's Calamite, we're walled. If it's Calamite, we're done. Sif again? What do you mean? We just... No! We just... Sif 2. Way of the White Corona.
Well, my horniness is gone. I'm back. Let me just catch up on chat really quickly. Hang on, where's game? Game, where are you? Hang on, I don't want to click. Oh no, I clicked. Oh shit. Okay, we're okay. We're fine. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? I see some complaints about emote only. Okay, so here was my thoughts with emote only mode. I saw that a lot of people liked to upkeep it during particularly 5.0. During 5.0, and it's because they did not want me getting distracted or pulled out of the moment at all. But if the general consensus is that emote only having the potential to be permanent is a downside, then I'll give it like a 20-minute cooldown or something like that. And you guys just have to pray that if it's used at an important moment, that's when it should be used. Because that's the trade-off, right? As it currently stands, one person could turn off chat and keep me focused on a moment and just have you guys only emote. Make it cost 10k. I could make it more costly. Also, mods exist. This is true. I think more costly and a slight cooldown. More costly and a slight cooldown would be good. Yes, you guys can still turn it off manually. Turn it off or on manually. If it's just spammed, it takes away from other people. I feel that. I feel that. It's so funny, especially with channel. This is why I struggle to add channel point redeems, is because while there is potential for fun and engagement, there's also potential for negatives to come from it, such as this, where one person has the power to rip chat away from everybody. Just get VIP and talk and emote 5. I'd be willing to turn it on if someone that knows the game thinks it should be a focus moment. I see you. If someone times it poorly, mods could do the thing. This is true. I think the good solution will be much more expensive and at least like a 15-20 minute cooldown with only a 2-minute duration. That way it won't be infinite and people will burn their points. Maybe you could do like a focus poll. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I really enjoy the streamer, but I feel that is not very engaging for the community when 99% of the community can't interact. Yeah. If I ban Golsif, does he lose VIP? I believe he does, actually. Just like when I jokingly, who did I jokingly ban? I think it was Valora, and she lost mod, and I was like, oh shit! And I had to unban her and give her mod back. But yeah, I hear you guys. I hear you guys about the emote only. What I'll do is I'll make it 10k points minimum, and we'll give it, I don't know, 20-minute cooldown. That way it's a two-minute duration with a 20-minute cooldown. That way it won't become a big problem. Random Ray, Izagi, and myself probably good to call when emote only, but I don't know. Then it brings attention to a scene. It's hard to say. That's why I wanted it, right? I wanted it to be there so like if something really serious was happening on screen, you guys could basically be like, Terra, don't look at chat by going emote only, right? Because if like somebody's fucking dying on screen and I look over at chat and someone's like, haha, bing bong, you know, then I'm gonna be pulled out of the moment. So I get why you guys liked the emote only during 5.0, but I don't know. We'll have to find a way to balance it well. Terra banned me, it unmodded me, un-VIP'd me, knocked me back all the way back to regular. I got banned and died IRL. We're talking to Ghost Golsov. And the well-versed people can bug a mod if needed, yes. Terra, that wasn't about you. It was about another 14 streamer whose mods put chat in emote only in every cutscene? In every cutscene. Okay, that's a bit excessive. Wow, Terra, way to wreck random. I didn't mean it. Someone edited Terra saying, haha, bing bong over the post-innocence cutscene. No, Ray. No. I have 200,000 channel points as it stands at the moment. I could redeem emote only 100 times, but I won't. But I won't, yes. And it will have a cooldown. I think that's what we'll do now. We'll do very expensive, and because a lot of you have a fuck ton of points, and I didn't realize when that happened. A lot of you guys have a fuck ton of points, so it'll have a cooldown, and it'll still only last us 2 minutes, and it'll be expensive. That way, excessive trolling can't happen. Deal? Deal. Gotta look for raid reclears. Good luck, good luck. In the last zone of Endwalker, you're gonna be in emote only 50% of the time. Oh fuck, dude. Emmett, behold a sorcerer of Eld. Also, Emmett pulls out a Glock.
Such devastation.
Literally. Maybe make it more expensive and make it 3 minutes. We could do that. I'm so down. If you guys ever don't like something about one of my redeems, this is why my redeems went through an overhaul recently. Or not recently, but like a couple months back. Because as the streamer, you set something up and hope for the best, and sometimes it doesn't work out the way that you're hoping it would. So having you guys speak on what you don't like about certain redeems or certain things of the channel means a lot to me. And I don't take it like personally at all. I like it. Okay, let's go. Several cutscenes in plain sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I believe we're ready. I believe we are ready. Boop. Also, when do we get Ryuji? For real? Actually, I could do that. Let me write that down. Hi, Kryl. Ryuji.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, you're good. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuji, for real? For real, friends. Boom. Grow a watch streak up to 450 points. You guys get so many of them, and I'm like so not used to it. Also, sir, you may be in 5.2 now. Who knows? As such, you may be stepping into the pain train once again, but who knows? You guys didn't stop me. You guys are monsters. You guys are the worst. You were supposed to stop me so we could do fun things and not cry today. Okay, here we go. Smile. We can trust ourselves to value Terra's ability to focus on drama and not need Buller, that's so true. That's so true. Very, very, very true. You know what one of my problems is I've gotten better at it. But letting go of chat is important sometimes, and I just love interacting with you guys so much that I'm so tempted, even during big moments, to look over. But I do feel I've gotten better at it. When something is really intensely happening on stream, I kind of like let you guys to ride by yourselves for a couple minutes, and then I catch up if I need to later. So maybe the emote only situation is not super necessary. Hi Meerkat, by the way. It's only the ends of the patches that are dangerous, right? No, I was told it was a palate cleanser. It is still 5.1, okay. Let it go, let it go. Stop loving us, gosh, you guys are just so cute. I just like looking at you. That's why you make emote only, so you don't get worried about FOMO. We were actually just talking about emote only. We were actually just discussing it. Terra, if you become emotionally compromised, the queues should be getting better now. Oh, that's right, it is prime time. All right. Whew, whew. And then we can do a little bit of Evilise as our palate cleanser. Here we go. It'll be fine.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
Several cutscenes are playing in sequence. What is happening right now? We're trying to get our friends back. Eorzea is not going to be in this at all. Eorzea is doing their own business. That's kind of not resolved, but it's set up to be good for a little while. I just had a thought. I'm gonna stop theorizing. We're just gonna let the cutscene play out.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
They're doing great. They're doing great. Nothing's wrong. Everyone's healthy and happy and whole.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
I'm a big fan. I used to think it was for spoilers, but it's really for streamer mental health. It's emote only you're talking, right, Mirka? That's basically what it is. That's what we started using it as anyways. As a Terra focus on game. Terra ignore us. Terra ignore us button. 14 is like the Fae. It looks good and feels fun and new, but once you open up very slightly, you'll be hurt a lot by all the trauma hidden within.
And Eorzea's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it.
But it's flawed. We're not doing that. That's a bad idea.
Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
I thought we agreed that the Pokeball thing was a bad idea. I'm so happy we got the Red Bill scarf.
Oh,
it's so cute.
You're back.
I'm crying.
Was for wear, I see.
No, I haven't seen Estinian in so long. No. It's not even sad. I'm just so happy. Hi, Vesti.
Estinian. Oh, thank the gods. We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
I'm so happy. Dude. Okay, I was recently editing post Stormblood. And there was a moment where, like after Estinian saves us, right? Where Aymeric was talking to us and I was like, oh, Estinian! And then he's like, rest assured, he's no longer here. He's left as he's wont to do. And I'm like, oh. Because I was so excited to see him. Oh, God. Been worried sick? Yes, we fucking have. Also, this means that the Gaius situation didn't fucking cause any problems because he's here and everything's fine.
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
Oh, I'm so fucking happy.
More complicated how?
Where to begin?
Oh yeah, you've got a fucking shitstorm.
After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose.
Oh, man. Oh. Terra's Hole, we're fine, we're completely fine. Reminded me of the Lena moment, and I'm sad now. Oh, Jolly, I'm sorry. Ishgard's sexiest man. I think Aymeric still holds that candle for me, but I do love Estinian so much. Terra, the situation didn't cause any problems. Estinian immediately, the situation. Where's Werlit on the to-do list? Werlit is who again? Let me look them up. Werlit. Oh, maybe I shouldn't look them up. Hang on, something might happen. I'm not looking them up. If I don't, I didn't see anything. Don't worry. I didn't see anything. But I'm not gonna look them up. You guys told me don't fucking Google anything. And I stopped myself mid-typing. Yeah, I didn't look it up. I didn't look it up. We're good. Woo! Woo! Yeah, we're waiting. Don't worry, we're waiting. Oh, man. Optional Shadowbringers trials. Okay. You put Aymeric and Estinian together, problem solved? Oh, problem solved indeed. It happened one time with... So when I theorized that the Shadow Walker or Shadow Hunter was Gaius, I looked him up and apparently there was a spoiler right on the screen, but I didn't see it. And you guys were like, Terra? Terra? And I had already closed the tab and I was like, My blind ass missed it. But yeah, that's what I learned, not to Google anything. By the way, Terra, every time you're about to cry, I will do my job as supportive cat and draw on you on hugs. Is that okay? That's totally okay. That's why the hug command is there. Okay.
got teary-eyed just from seeing
inside a
him.
provincial factory that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter. Gaius Balesar.
You looked up Gaius and there was a picture of him without the helmet right there. I don't know how you didn't see it. So I've been meaning to commission a Terrab 16 blind emote with just my cat with the blindfold on because it's me. It's me. I've played horror games where like a jump scare happens and I'm like, and they're like, Tara, how'd you not see that? I'm like, I love seeing the emotional stuff with streamers. It validates how I felt during all of this. You are an emotional vampire, are you? Hello, love to see you. Welcome in. He says that, but he admitted to looking up a song and the comments. Oh, yes. So the one time I did get spoiled was with Solus. And I was so fucking mad because I already knew that Solus was Emmett because I looked up Solus's theme on YouTube because I wanted to, well, it's not really his theme. It's just kind of the general fuckery theme. I can't remember the name of it right now. Peaky Blinders. No, Blinded something. I don't remember the name of it. But the first top comment was Emmett Selk did nothing wrong. And I was like, oh, well, fuck. Like, it was obvious in retrospect, but I still had the spoiler of that's who it is. General fuckery theme. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. No, I'm a giant sap and cried at everything through Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Yeah, same. I was fucking sobbing. You missed 5.0. Holy shit. 5.0 was devastating. Gaius Balesar.
Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself.
Emmett would sing Hamilton? Yeah, we've confirmed that Emmett. We've confirmed that Emmett is a theater kid. Ahem. This would be a good time to emote only for 2 minutes so Terra actually gets through this cutscene. Listen here, Ray. You listen here. All right, I'll focus. Sorry.
There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Also, 1 second here. It's been a minute since I've given one of these out, but I can think of no few more deserving people.
But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh.
Yes, he has.
Xenos ye Galvus.
Poggers. This is the first our Warrior of Light learns of it.
The surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Hang on. I'm laughing. I haven't uploaded it yet. I made a video. It's really bad. It's really not a good video, but it's in relation to that scene with Xenos, and I don't know where or when I'm gonna upload it. Maybe I'll just put it on YouTube Shorts and like forget about it. But yeah, I don't know what happened. I got like taken over by like a gremlin, and I made a stupid Xenos edit video that's like 20 seconds long. There does one line of dialogue in under 5 minutes. Challenge impossible. Listen, Golsev, listen. I was just trying to explain why I was laughing at him saying
what's wrong?
Xenos killed his parents. No, not a fan cam. Gaius, you fucking idiot. Yeah, that's to be expected. Okay, he's not dead. Huh? You picked up a new trick, did you? I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. Okay, I'm so glad we saw Estinian, because now I know this doesn't end badly. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. I'm sorry, I love him so much. Come then. I can fix him. I just think he's neat.
How is he erecting a magic barrier? Oh, this is so cool. Oh, right, because of the echo. Right, never mind. Because of the echo. He's combat sexual best friend. Love him. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Sir was barely a match for him if we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you all right? We may wear out our welcome. Oh yeah, these two retreated in Gimlet Dark. I was like, didn't we? Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Wait! Wait! Did he just fucking Ascian teleport? I'm confused. Just one. Ooh! Good shot, lad. Run! Get the fuck out of there. Oh, Jesse and James survived, though. Your radiance. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Sneaky fake echo shenanigans, maybe. I was wondering if maybe a fraction of the Ascian's power was left behind in Xenos' body, but it could still be the fake echo. Oh, what? Help! Alert, intruders detected in Imperial Way. All available units converge. Delivers a jumping fire-based attack potency of 800 to all enemies near it. Woo! That's a cool attack. Hype time. Holy shit, dude. Estinian's version of Dragonfire Dive, an actual Dragoon. I am now role-playing as Estinian Wormblood. Alright, 1 second. 1 second. I'm role-playing. I'm role-playing. Get me out of GeForce. Also, Emmett is his great-grandpa. Maybe the Echo gave him back some of his birthright. You right? Also, Jesus, it feels a little on the loud side. Give me 1 sec. They're all Dragoon skills? Wait, this is making Dragoon seem attractive to me. Oh, Jesse and James are here. Where are you aiming, James? Nobody's over there. I think not. Whew! Damn it. Dragoon is so much fun. But Monk! But join us. Join us. Emperor Varus, are you alright? Oh my fucking god, he fucking dead. Literally. Literally. Alright then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. Whee! I'll see you outside. Stay safe. Oh my god, why did you fuckers separate? What did he say? We make ourselves easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. Fucking Gaius is the first one to die in a horror movie confirmed. Dumbass, dude. He's gonna be dead, dude. Join us on the floor, Terra. So you're Gaius? Hey, listen here. Listen here, you. Well, someone's been busy. Was that person fused into the...
Sloppy!
Volatile prototype? Arc Ultima. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. What in the fucking horror movie? Come, Needhog. Lend me your strength. So has a fraction of Nidhogg stayed with him then? Oh god, this is so fucking creepy. Yikers! Whoa! What is all this? Absorb a portion of damage as HP. Deliver an attack with potency of 500, damage over time. Okay. Instant attack with potency of 600. Delivers a jumping fire-based attack, potency of 1500. Okay. Limit break? Cool. It literally says Estinian Wormwood Traveler. What a cute boy. Boop, 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 boop. Sorry, he's cute. I needed a picture of him. Hi-ya! Initiating synthetic Aurosite system. All systems now fully operational. Estinian is a sprout. Oops. Oh, Stardiver is not. Although, is it off the... It is off the GCD. Never mind. We haven't much time. I said ready the battle data, damn you. Now loading data sample 14. Angry salamander? If you would bar my way, then you will feel the fury of Needhog. Hi there, hi Vanilla. Ah, this is why we need AoE. It's not working. Ready another sample. The one taken from Castrum Abania. Now loading data sample 12. Ultima bit. Uh-oh. Whoa-oh. Excuse me. I'm sure it's fine if I just got rid of the one bit, right? Maybe not. Maybe we get rid of a couple more. Whoa, my HP? Increase generator output to maximum. Activate the Magitech field. Full power. Terry, your AoE. Oh yeah. Self-detonate. It's okay. His Alamorn is fully healing him. That was very close though. Don't die, Israel. Hi, Sherry. Invulnerable. Unstoppable? We shall see about that. Ha! Nidhogg, show them your fury.
Taste my lance.
I mean, if you let me say. What? That was cool as hell. That was cool as hell. Terra only knows red mage AoE, it's true. What is that abomination glued to the back of it? It almost looks like a faux, like, meteor. Garleans and their machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? So many naughty clip opportunities this stream, what the fuck? Every now and then, Barrett comes out. Every now and then. My degeneracy shows. Do 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 do. Oh, right, Kryle has the echo. I always forget about that.
Are you alright?
Yeah, we just saw everything. A smile better suits a spoiler. As for what it means, smiley face.
Peer into my past, did you?
Yes. Terra made an alt on your server so I can join your FC. Let's go at a ball.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I lived it.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
It makes sense.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
He's got a point. I ship Kryle and Tataru. That would be so cute, Jacob.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
But I mean, it's not going to be in a position to cause any problems, would it?
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal.
Yeah.
And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
See, he's a good guy. He's a good man, this Xenos. A good man. He's just in a bad way right now, and he's trying to get out of it, you guys. We can be friends with Xenos, I think. I think it would be a good friendship. I died in game because I was watching the stream. I'm the healer, Cedric, no! Yeah, Estinian retains a measure of Nidhogg's power, and he renamed his lance Nidhogg, and his armor is called his armor is called Iceheart. Bro, I love Estinian so much. Okay, so Vel recently went through Heavensward, and she was talking about how much she hated Estinian, but she was doing the early quests, right? Before like the Iceheart incident, and I was like, holy shit, I hated Estinian too. I really didn't like him. He was such an edgy fuck. And then 5.3, he like pulls it around and starts becoming a fucking awesome boy. Good boy. Now we see Terra in his natural state. Denial. Shut up. Quiet you.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Riol's got it. Not 5.3. Sorry, 3.3. 3.3. Sorry.
Perhaps we have seen
I'm so
last
bad
of
with the
fighting
patches.
at Gimlet.
3.3.
Though, if it comes to
3.3.
civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
The end of the Dragon Song War, I should have just said. I think that was a Freudian slip of my fear of getting to 5.3, because all of you have said 5.3 is pain and like emotional devastation. .3 is literally like, I'm terrified.
I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
Such devastation.
Exactly, Kyo.
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
So wait, Gaius made it. Wait. What became of Gaius? Okay. Ooh, Gaius got it out. Okay.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Can't wait for you to 5.3. Serena, know this well. Know this statement very well. I will be dragging my feet. Okay? I will be dragging my feet before we get to 5.3. Reactions to 5.3 is all I watched for months. Oh my god, I'm terrified, dude. I was sobbing at 5.0. And everyone's like, don't worry, Terra, 5.3 hurts even more.
It's nice to have one
like,
less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our Shinobi are made aware.
Our Shinobi!
We still know next to nothing. It can't hurt to be vigilant.
Yugiri! We haven't seen Yugiri in forever. Estinian was not someone I enjoyed being around in 3.0, but he was impressive, because he spent his entire adult life revenging against dragons. His entire family village was wiped out, so he trained as a soldier to kill dragons better. It's why the Eye chose him for the Azure Dragoon. His fate was strong, or his hate was strongest. But what did he do? He ventured into Drevania to talk to dragons and to go to the source, but not slaughter his way there. I really enjoyed his growth. I think that's what makes him so beloved now, at least in my eyes, and I'm sure a number of you guys' eyes. I would like to touch base again with Vel to see how she feels about Estinian going forward, because she hated him as much as I did. I'll remind you again that when you get there, you'll need to push through 5.3 until conclusion. Okay, so maybe what we'll do is we'll set ourselves up. Maybe we'll get right before the big moment, end stream, and then do it the next stream after that. Because 5.0 was a roller coaster. It was like a 10-hour stream, and I loved every minute of it, but it was like I told you guys, I think I slept for like 12 hours the next day, just recovering because it was so much. If you want some more vanilla Estilian, do the Dragoon job quest in A Realm Reborn. Does he show up for that? That's cute. It's some of the best writing the game has. That's what scares me. Morningstar, that's really what scares me. I hope I can catch those reactions in live. I can't wait for Pain. Worst case is always the VODs, and you know I'm going to be uploading them to YouTube as well. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, that's so cute, edible!
With Black Rose nipped in the bud,
Lucky
I
Dragoon
believe
players.
I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
What, you're just gonna... What? No! Oh, nice boots, dude. I like those boots.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away,
Tataru?
we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
I love you, Tataru. Thank you for saying that. Please! No!
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Okay, bye, Estinian. I literally cried because I saw you again, and now you're just fucking leaving me. Oh, Tataru's just as sad. Same!
Thank you for your help then, Estinian.
Same, Tataru.
I see why Alphino admires you so.
Okay, bye. Dude, I love those boots.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
You fuck. Okay. No, I don't know when we're gonna see him again. Bye, Estinian. I love you. I love you. Okay, he's gone.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it.
Get some rest. Right. I should know this by now. Get some rest means end of a patch. Get some rest, Terra. So Gaius isn't dead. Estinian isn't dead. Estinian fucked right off right after saying hello again. But I mean, oh well. Where's Hoary Boulder, dude? And Coltonet? Where's everybody? I miss my B-cast. I miss my B-cast just picking their nose in the peanut gallery over here. Too much of a good thing spoils the taste. Damn if you're not right though, Morningstar. Dragoons get that sweet, sweet Estinian backstory. Lucky bugs, you. Was that a compliment or an insult from Kryl? I can never tell with Kryl. She's too smart. She's like, whew, everything she says, way over my head. Your height is like up to his knee. Listen, I'm cute though. Busy while the main team is comatose. Get some rest and an achievement, yes. And you get the ones that are like, get some rest. Oh, never mind. Messenger showed up with a mission for you. No rest for the wicked, eh? Terra, finish the quest, please. Okay, fine. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest a while? I'm sure Becklug can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. Even Tataru is using gender-neutral terms for Becklug. Let's go. Oh no, another cutscene! Don't do this. Meanwhile, in Garlemald... Oh, it's literally like Civil War. They're in flames. Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Bye. That guy really thought he was doing something, eh? Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Dude, it's full-on Civil War in Garlemald. Well, that can't be good. Remember, we sent Feoul to her right after you formed a pact with them to let her know you're all right. Yeah, that's right, we did. Is Xenos leading it? What's going on? Or is he just watching? Well... No, I was gonna say that he thought this was more interesting. Of course he thinks it's boring. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That's not a little bus. Little bussy. That hue, your soul is... Who are you? Wait, who are you indeed? Wait. White-robed figure? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Wait, does your mouth look familiar? What does your mouth look like? I can't tell. I couldn't tell this one based off the mouth. Do you know that mouth? I'm wondering that. Since the Crystal Eggs arc, I'm like super attentive to people's mouths now. Terra, stop! Meanwhile, in Yulmore, in the first... Terra, how kissable are those lips? That's what I was wondering.
Hi, Back Coaster. Welcome in.
Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free Talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? Ha! We'd best get packing. But yes, you do know that mouth. I'm sure I do. I can't place it right now, though. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not recipe for hope, I don't know what is.
Dude, I love all their little crafter outfits. They're so cute. Crafter outfits are fucking precious. Hope? What? No. 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 Why is he? I'm so confused. Yet so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Why are you back? Why is he back, dude?
Sloppy.
Anyway, you can come outside and join us for Evilise. Okay. Why is he back? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm so sorry you guys got left on that for months, by the way. You poor people. You poor sods, you. We're doing Evilise. Yeah, we're doing Evilise. Oh, man. No, dude. Why is he back? What is this thing? Anima. That's so cute. Aw. That thing is precious. That's Scholar? He's so precious. Wait, Ardbert's alive, so he wasn't rejoined? That's what's going through my mind right now, Blur. It's 1:30 a.m., so I'm gonna go sleep. Have a great night, Terra and chat. Jacob! Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you have a good, comfy sleep. Terra, look away. Do not waste your life on that. Okay. I would go healer, but I'm tired. It's fine. Animas from Heavensward relics. Cool. That's the minion you get from Heavensward relic quests. Got you. It's a side quest that's a huge grind. But look how cute. But look how cute. He is very cute. Oh. Hello, welcome in. I guess gather around if you're coming for Evilise. Adamant Toys, Ether, come to the Rising Stones. Pray return to the Wising Stones. I was gonna say Walking Sand. Pray return to the Rising Stones if you wish to do the thing. We're on Adamant Toys, yes. Anytime we're doing like slightly more cryptic cues, it feels easier to come to Ether. Dynamis is still a little baby server. He's still growing. Was in dungeon? Izagi? Pray return to the Wising Stones so that we may do some Evilise. If big grind, then why so cute? Exactly, Alex. That's what I'm saying. Terra still hasn't commented on my White Mage glam. This Colosseum shawl, right? Once upon a time, way back in whatever year it was that I played Final Fantasy in ARR, I had that. I played a Catboy, and I wore this because I was a man of culture. I was a man. I was a man of culture, and I wore Colosseum shawl on my Catboy. I really like this lower half though.
I mean, respectfully, I didn't know there was like lacing here. I didn't know there was lacing, but I like that lower half. Why did that get auto-modded? I know that was loving. There you go. There you go, Blur. I fixed you. Every gay boy gets that? Every queer boy gets that. Borpa respectfully. Dude, on your right, okay. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7? We got room for one more. That's you, Edible, right? Look at his pretty row. Look at his pretty row. Look at it. Look how pretty. I love row. If the spot fills, it's not a biggie. Okay. Someone will have to play healer. We have 2 healers. I think we're good. I'm going to the store, so I can't join. No problem, Blur. Did you just give them a thumbs up? I'll give you a thumbs up. Lalafell thumbs up is so precious, dude. I like how they stick their arm out, like, to the side. Oh. Mathbot's in the second rate anyways. I'm dead, dude. Ooh, I'm dead. Ray, do you want to play something other than tank? Because Lulu comes, but Lulu can come, but they only have tank. Boom, 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 boom. Oh wait, Edible's here? Where? Where are you, Edible? Is that you? Is this Edible? This is the best thing. How do you get this? How do you get this? I think this is my favorite wind up that I've ever seen. There's Lulu. Hi, Lulu. Oh, the first Shadowbringers art book. Shit, dude, it's so cute. Oh. Oh no, Naito! You were just a second too slow. Let me give you a consolation hug. Also, Biscuito oishi oishi sawajimite. I can't read. Kana is hard, dude. Amazing adventure plate. We're ready. I got it right. Let's go. Edible. So I spat out a theory, and if you would like to confirm, nah, you know what? You don't need to confirm nor deny. You do not need to confirm nor deny this. I made a bold statement the other day. We were talking about Hrothgar players and how rare they are and how cute cat dads are. Cat dads, fucking cute as hell. I made a bold statement in that every Hroth player is a bottom. You need not confirm nor deny that. But it was a statement that I think rings mostly true. I think every cat dad is a bottom. I can deny that. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. You're the exception, not the rule then. In your case, at least. Oh, they could try queuing and getting in with us. But then if they don't get in with us, they're just stuck. They're just stuck in Evilise without me. Hiya! God, I love cat dads. The tops play row. Stop.
You're my superstar.
Stop. Back Coaster! Hello with the fresh organic T1? Back Coaster, welcome in. Thank you for that. What the heck? We could start a second group and pray. But then you guys are stuck in Evilise, worst case. Most rows are absolutely bottoms. Can confirm. Edible, I love you. Thank you for allowing me to join. I won't let you guys down. You're gonna do your best, Lulu. Row men play leather daddies really well. Can confirm. Can confirm. Listen. Just got out of IC release from roulette. Oh, you got shoved in roulette, Liddy. Could make a party finder for all three. How many people would we have if we drew up a party finder? Because maybe we would have enough. We'd need 24. And you can't queue with 2 groups, right? You can only queue as 1 group. So we'd need a full thing. I'm sure randoms would join. Fuck it. If you guys want to try it, we could try doing party finder. You can queue as an alliance? Oh no, you can't. I'm assuming is what you meant to say. I'm down. Yeah, let's do it. Put it up and advertise stream for the self promo. If you make a party finder and fill up some of each alliance, it'll work. So yes, you can. Okay. It's so cute. The way you were sitting, I was like, this is perfect spot for a Lala to go. So I am sit here. I am sit right here. Golsef, you photobombed. You fuck. Get your lolly ho out of here. Get your lolly ho ass out of here. All right, commence. So cute, dude. Is this one of the default Hrothgar sit animations? I've never seen a Hroth sit like this before. Boom, boom, boom. Slash ban Golsef for the photobomb. The monster. They may be bottoms, but they're power bottoms, says Cap. Are we doing Party Finder? From the sounds of it. If Ray wants to organize it, I trust in Ray's judgment. Yeah, it's one of the defaults. Cat dads are so cute, dude. Cat dads are so cute. There's not enough cat dads in the world. Party Finder is up. All right. Rose can sit like that too, but it's not as cute. It's precious on Hroths. Oh, and we can all speak like this. Yes, we can. Ah, what are you two? What is going on over here? What is happening? I wish I could come, but still got one more reclear. Golsef, do your best. Do your best on your reclear. Oh, the little campfire. How do you put down these little campfires? Boop, 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 boop. It's a minion? You summon the minion? I don't have that. Definitely not. That's so cool. Yeah, no, I don't have little campfire. You have a lunchbox one? That's so fucking cute, dude. Hi, Vel. Vel, too bad you don't have Evil East unlocked. Vel, what part of MSQ are you at now? Oh, I love that sitting animation for Lalas. There's a cushion minion as— oh, I need the cushion. I need the cushion. Are you kidding? Oh, man. Have I looked at Izagi's plate? I'm just going to be casually looking at plates. I hope you guys don't mind. What cute cat boy. Where's your search comment? Where's your— are you trying not to self-report with the roleplay tag? Trying not to self-report a little bit? Terra, go into party members, look at the adventure plate of Himnalok. Himnalok? Wait, how do I do it? I don't know how to do it. Party? How do I party? Social... friends list? No. How do I do it? The fires fade still in Ralger's reach. The camp was attacked. Oh, you're there. Oh, you're there, are you? Help! How do I open up the party? Him in the lock. Open your friends list. Oh, it's another tab in the friends list. Friend list. Oh, Party member. Himlock. Get out of my swamp. Press O also works, gay. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 Himlock. Get out of my swamp. What a good Shrek cosplay. Are you kidding me? Looking at the plates is half the fun of this game lately. I find myself when I'm in Alliance raid queues, Edible said that in game chat. I find that when I'm in Alliance queues, if I'm just running around, I'm just looking at people's plates. So always make your plates, because nothing makes me sadder than clicking on somebody and saying, oh, cannot view because they haven't yet been created. It's like, make your plate. Make your plate. Just make it a meme. Make it something cute or make it a meme. Be crime, do gay, destroy. Nice, well done. Jolly, your bun girl's so cute. I still love Argon so much. I love Argon's plates so much. I think there's a slim chance you may be getting ill. Oh no! You caught a computer virus from me, Jolly. I'm sorry. I knew I shouldn't have streamed while sick, but I thought it would be okay. Is everyone from chat who wants to join up here? I think so. I'm just a little cutie. Nothing to be afraid of, really. Press X to doubt? Press X to doubt. What? This is a very intimidating adventure play. You just joined as Luna's cat. This is a very intimidating adventure play right here. I don't remember what Vel's is. Vel, have you changed yours? Ah, still in your Halloween coat. Vel, time for an update. Time for a cute glam or something absolutely cursed. I want to make joke stuff with my plate, but I love the current look so damn much. What is Luna's like? They call me 007. 0 DPS, 0 commendations, 7 deaths. They, them. Love it. Love it. 10 out of 10. Friend request? Yes, please. Where'd you go? Whoa. Where'd you go? There we go. Boom, 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 boom. You can make a different plate for every class? I didn't know that. But also, my plate is very similar. My plate is very similar to the last. I just like that. Huh? Huh? Also, you gotta do the self-plug. You gotta do the self-plug. I'm a shameless streamer. Like yours cause fist. It's cute. It's a cute cat dad. I love cat dad so much. Next patch they're gonna show portraits with duties. That's what I heard. But you need to specifically make your portraits, which I've only made one of. And it's already outdated and I need to refresh it. But look at that. Isn't that cute? For Monk, because I was playing Monk in PvP. Monk is absolutely stupid in PvP. I was doing well, and I suck at PvP. But I was doing well, like very well. Monk, absolutely stupid. Paladin is broken. Every paladin that I come across just never dies, so I just ignore them and I go kill the other people. I'm like, my team will deal with the paladin. I'm gonna go kill that black mage. Who haven't I looked at here? Pretty sure Raze is a hot, yeah. I think Frey and Hashafant should kiss. Play trails. Who is, I don't think I've met Frey yet. That sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar? I've heard the name recently. I haven't met them. Valor, oh! Cause of Valora, cause of Valora. Because of Valora, that's why. Right. Because Valora's leveling Dark Knight. Right. I was like, why does that sound familiar yet? I can't picture them. It's part of Dark. Lynn's so cute. It's so cute. I love face tattoos as well. I feel like they're underutilized because people are scared of them. It's me. I'm people who are scared of them. Look at this little confused Sprout. He's like, what's happening here? You know what you'll put in your plate? Is it gonna be cursed? I love Femro. You're a monster. I forgot. Rando, you're a monster. I forgot what your plate was. How dare you? How dare you, sir? The speed at which I closed your plate because of the trauma. Oh. Dude, did I look at this one? I think I did. Oh, right. Yeah, because it's the... Huh? You love his plate? You would. Who, me? Yes, you, Rando. Trauma inflicting. What in the Mario? Wait, Hemlock, 10 out of 10. Still one of the most powerful plates as well. I'm a swamp. Watashi wa Nihongo o no, that's not Hanasu. What is that again? You don't speak Japanese. Watashi wa kore o renshu shimashita? No, not renshu. Yakyū shita? I don't know. I think that says translate. I don't know Japanese. I only translate this. Yeah, there we go. That's what it... I should have just read further into your message to see that you included the English translation. That's Shrek. It sure is. It sure is Shrek. All right, I'll queue us up. Telling a friend to unlock them and join us. I think she mainly plays White Mage. Okay. Nihongo hanasunai would be simpler. The rimasen is like super polite. Do you still need people for party? Yes, we do, Bat Coaster. Yes, we do. Hanasanaya. Honnyaku. That's how I learned to say translate. I always use the verb yakusu for translate. I forgot about honnyaku. I recognize the kanji, but I don't know the pronunciation. Kanji is fucking monstrous. But yeah, my search info is now be crime, do gay, destroy. Yeah, we saw, and we love. Shitsure shimasu. Shitsure shimasu. Huh. What is my favorite Japanese word? What is my favorite Japanese word? I used to have one back when I studied a lot. Now I've forgotten everything. Unlurk, how'd the raids go? We're actually just forming up an alliance raid for it, Aiki. If you want to come with, we're just about to start. Sir, have you acknowledged the time? Oh, fuck. We're gonna do, I didn't realize what time it was. We're gonna do one alliance raid. We're gonna do this alliance raid. We're gonna do one today. Dude, I got so absorbed in MSQ. That's my bad. That's my bad, dude. How do I join? Party Finder. If you're on Ether, Adamantoise, open up the Party Finder. And what is our thing called there? Party Finder. I'm assuming we're under raids. You did not include my Twitch link, right? Gotta complete rat nasty for http www.twitch.tv/Terrabellum. Ray, you goober. Oh, you could just be on the Ether data center. Greetings from Barry. Hi. Greetings from, well, technically Dynamis, technically Maduin, but we're on Ether right now. Greetings. How are you doing? You cannot escape. Usually you can grab a few people by linking in shout chat at Limsa. Anyone want to be our emissary in Limsa? Hello, anyone want to run Rat Nasty? Could try a Limsa shout. Not a bad idea. Gonna go over there and solicit. Solicit. Ray, there's a reason I granted you Diamond. It's because you go above and beyond when you're forming these parties for us. It's incredible. Limsa's scary. It is scary. There's a lot of things. Is that a Captain America? Who is this person? Who is this person? The fucking Captain America. I would, but I'm busy being a chair for a Lalafell. Damn right. You ain't moving. This is a comfy, warm spot. That's Captain Shrek Mario. Captain shows up and he's gone. Captain America. That's amazing. Send someone to C, it's lonely. Everyone's in B. Comfy and warm, huh? Yeah. As long as the cat dad doesn't get excited. They shouldn't. It's just a Lala in a lap. No, that's nothing exciting there. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, who's this? Which one is you? Insilza Valen? Hang on. Which one are you? Wait, this little one? A Lala? Ah! Batman Returns. Xmas movie. Look at that little Lala. What a cute Lala this is. Excuse me, I'm a married man. And Terra is spoken for. Yes, I'm very spoken for. I feel like Sir needs a juice box. Can I eat a cookie? Can I eat a cookie? Oh, you can't eat cookie while sitting? What a scam. You can probably do it while sitting on a chair, but this is not actually a chair. Twitch recap told me I sent 5,658 messages in this chat. Add this to make it 5,659. Holy fuck, that's a lot of messages, Waffle. He's an Ellison though? Yeah, that's why it was very tall Captain America. What a cool glam though. That's like on TikTok, occasionally when you're scrolling, you'll see Final Fantasy, or I see on my For You page, Final Fantasy cosplayers that do up, shit, what are they called? Overwatch characters. It was really cute. The little Lalafell Torbjorn was really cute. There was also one for my top recap. Linny, appreciate your face. It's a built-in command, I'll do this later. Wait, what is? What's a built-in command, Mac? Exclamation mark uptime? That's not a chair, it's a crotch guard. Do not speak heinously of edible. Y'all need Jesus, for real. For real. We're having a cute little sit and they're needing Jesus. These freaking degens out here. I think the sprouts are jolly. I think the sprouts are getting very confused running through here. Apparently I sent 6,900 bits here. Nice. Sorry, Tara, but no more. I can't change it. No, I feel you. I feel you. Don't apologize for that. Because of how luxurious and soft cat dad seats are. Exactly. They're just jealous. Only the finest cat dad seat for Terra. Whomst? Y'all need Jesus. I don't know who this person is, but I love them to death. Jesus has arrived. Jesus is here now. Dude, this person's a fucking legend. Are you kidding me? Like, even down to the little halo? Wait. I need to actually examine them. Even down to the little halo. What is that called? Angelic circlet. Of course. That's incredible, dude. 10 out of 10. I'm top 2% and I've only been here 2.5 months. Rando, you're constantly like spitting facts in this channel and I love it. I love it. And fixing my pronunciation. Him coming through with the Jesus glam, yes. Hi Rain. Hey, I just came here to wish you and yours happy holidays. Next year brings everything you want and more. Never forget how important and amazing you are. Have a lovely night and a good stream. Rain, that's so fucking wholesome. Thank you, appreciate you. Keep spreading the goodwill. Over 36,000 messages here. Someone shut me up. And only half of them were / announcements. Mac. Only half of them. Look. Mac really likes the announcement feature. That Halo is Mog Station, honestly worth it. Honestly worth it for the glam. Do it for the glam. Do it for the glam. I literally wanted to buy the vampire cape. It's like $3. I think it's in my cart right now. I wanted to buy the vampire cape because I saw in the Eorzea collection, somebody dyed it yellow for like a little cute raincoat outfit. And I don't need it, but I want it. I want a little cute rain outfit. Vam cape is so worth it for $3. Like, it's a steal. Absolutely a steal. Oh. Is that our Black Mage a Day pineapple pizza enjoyer all life? I still don't know which one will be better. I think pineapple belongs on pizza. I think it's a valid topping, so I vote for that one. There's already a raincoat though, but when you dye the vampire cape, it's even cuter. It's even cuter for raincoat glam. What's going on here? We're getting ready for a raid. We're gonna do one raid, Spess. We're gonna go a little bit later today. Cause I wanna dip my toes into Evilise as we got ready for it. We found Jesus, that too. Boop, 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 boop. Are these all chatters? I think a couple of them might be randoms we picked up. Cause I know we picked up we did a shout in Limsa and that filled up a few of our numbers. And Jesus is dead. Somebody save Jesus! Somebody save Jesus! Oh no, I didn't mean to. Where are my hands going? Oh my God, listen. Listen, I wanted to pet your face, not your, like, abdominals. He's alive! He's alive! Alright, let me get back in my chair. Oh no, your laugh animation changed my chair! Sir? Fix my chair! Thank you. There we go. Wait, why am I getting bonked? Why am I getting bonked? I did nothing. 500,000 channel points earned. How many channel points do you have right now, Mac? At this very second. Wait, this little Lala is so cute. They dyed the clown shirt green? Hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on. This is a great idea. This is a good idea that I like. Oh, I see pillow. That was Jesus. Oh, it was for petting Jesus's crotch. Fair. Oh, shoot. Do I have to move? We have pillow to sit on now too. Do 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 do. How do you get wings? Do 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 do. There we go. It's a fashion. Oh, like the umbrellas? Red Bull, Serena, get out. Serena, get out. So it's like the umbrella. Okay, that's too bad. The cowards didn't want to give us real wings. Do you know what's actually really cute that I was looking at from PvP since I was playing PvP? It's the fucking ninja. This game wants me to play ninja. I swear to God. Anyways, it's the ninja gear. I think from Pack Leader or something like that. It's like a little bat outfit. It has little tiny bat wings on it, and it's so cute. It was really, really cute. And I think it's dyeable as well, so you can make it whatever color you want. Black Angel Wings being literally the most grindy and expensive thing. Wait, it's something earned in-game? I thought it was gonna be Mog Station. Is this your ninja glam? It's giving very much, shit, what's his name? Raiden? From that one Metal Gear that I haven't played. Haha, all of them. I haven't played any Metal Gear. Raiden, thank you. It's giving so much Raiden. Raiden? It would be Raiden if I was pronouncing it Japanese. Raiden. Said Raiden, yeah. I was pronouncing it like a gringo. My bad, my bad. Bum, bum, bum. Wings is a fashion item, but I can't remember how. People just have them. Do, 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 do. I just realized people are talking in this Alliance chat a lot. Somebody's being sacrificed for our sins. Wiggly wobbly space-time magic.
Man, you're cute. Everyone in that is a big weeb with how they fight. I've seen so many memes come out of that game. Revengeance, right? Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. And I really want to play it someday, but I don't know when. Zoom out? What's happening? Oh, there are butterfly wings. There are butterfly wings. Our Fey King Izagi. I bow. Means the DNA of the soul. Literally that. That's exactly what I was thinking of. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Arga. Those are specifically Fey Ul wings? Stop. Hi, EJ. How you doing? Nanomachines, son. They're the DNA of the soul. Yep, you can get some butterfly wings from the Island Sanctuary. I need to make it to Endwalker. Guys, if I want to get Island Sanctuary things, that means I actually have to do MSQ. It's not a good look for me. It's not a good look. Looked at the internet lately? Never. Never once. And if you get to Endwalker, you lose your spot. I will literally... How many hours of gameplay is it? It's either X amount of hours of gameplay or Endwalker, right? I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to lose it. Pink version, Pixies, blue version, Island Sanctuary. Wait, does anyone have the blue version? I want to see the blue version. Oh shit, those wings are cool. Oh right, I can't see the wings like this. I love Lala so much. That is not the voice I was expecting out of that one. Hello, hi Vox. Vox, how you doing? They're not just blue, they're like teal. Oh, those are fantastic. Ooh. Dude, I love those. I need them. I need them. I need them. I don't know if you intentionally color coded, but like, well done. But like, well done. Blue is like Titania's. Damn, they're so good. Mr. Real stressed because Christmas and birthday coming up. EJ, deep breaths. Deep breaths. You'll be good. You'll be good. You have to beat Endwalker MSQ for... You have to beat MSQ for Island Sanctuary? Why would they do this to me? What have I done to deserve such a fate? What have I done? Clearly Argon is Argon. Most people do not have the same name in game. It's so hard. It's so hard for me to keep track of. You have to finish 6.0 for Island. No. I have an announcement. You came out as a trans girl. Let's go, Vox. That could not have been easy. So proud of you. Let's fucking go. Vox is also entirely gender. Loving this journey for them. The eggshell cracked. I refuse to name a character Jolly Wally. Well, then you should change your Twitch name to Shu Thankor. For my sake. Hi, Warlord. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, that. Yes, that. I'm down to clown, said Cronus. So mass death, got it. I can barely stay alive in normal mode. Ray brought up the idea of running this minimum eye level. I'd be down. We'll probably die a lot. We have 3 res mages, do we? I'm a res mage, although I'll be the first to die, let's be real. There's a red res mage in Alliance B. And that's it. We have 2 res mages. I'll be going now, need sleep. EJ, have a good comfy sleep. Terra, I have multiple characters, but what is your main Jolly? Like me, I latched onto Terra and by extension Terrabellum very, very early on. And that's like my online moniker entirely.
Bum 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 bum. Your main is Ketsu, right? So why not Ketsu? Ketsu Arcadia. Ketsu _ Arcadia. Boom, done. Easy. I doubt that name is taken on Twitch. I love how we say... Somebody said, I love how we say minimum item level and immediately get 2 more summoners. BB, about 2 minutes for food camp. Let's go! Full alliance! Might order your own food? Hell yeah. Get some pizza. It's feeling like a pizza night. Not for me. I had pizza a couple days ago. Ready, check! Boom, 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 boom. Have fun storming the city. Thank you, Aiki. You had chili, still have lots? I think we're planning to have chili really soon, actually. You're afraid to play 14? Why, Mac? You are the most casual WoW player. That's good. I feel like if I was to go back to WoW, I would only be really casual. Join us. It's fun. It's safe here. You can sit in cat dad lap if you come to Final Fantasy. Just find yourself a Hroth cushion like me, and you'll be happy. It'll be good. It'll eat me alive, and I'll quit my job and lose my house, Mac. Join us. Join us. You had sloppy joes and fries. I'm so jealous. We do make good cushions. Very soft. 10 out of 10. I would be Snooty Bunny Girl. Good. Good. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ooh, red chocobos. Or are they pink? The royal city of Rabanasta. Rat Nasty, we call it. Chocobros and chocos. Look at us all! Jesus! Red with blood of their fallen enemies. Hang on, let me switch to Alliance chat so I can say, let's fucking get it! I'm barely existing right now. You're good, Jolly. You can survive. Look at all these gamers. Look at all these gamers here, guys. Oh God, what is... Hello? Mateus the Corrupt. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. All right, let's fix my camera angle real quickly. Much more, please. There we go. Your in-game name's so different. Yes, yes, so different, also. Completely different, in fact. This is fine. Oh, I think I shouldn't have been near the bubbles. There's an ice skater moving around. What is happening? What is happening in this raid? Excuse me, ice skater? What you up to? Oh, I think I'm supposed to be DPSing the spheres. I don't trust any ads. I'm just gonna kill them all. I'm actually too scared to go in melee and do melee combos. I have Manification up and it's just rotting. Wait, there's this little people in Final Fantasy raids? This is 24 people! What do you want from us? The woman trapped in the boss has been sent out to do her thing. To ice skate. Damn, she living her best life. This is one of the larger raids, that's what I'm saying. My eyes? Seizure warning? Oh my god! Flash warning, by the way. Holy fuck. That was terrifying. Let the ichor flow that had birthed the mire that would drown mine enemies. Toads? Suddenly toads. Breathless. 7 stacks of Breathless. Toxins in the water are causing difficulty to breathe. At 10 stacks will result in KO. I'm at 9. Can I breathe in these bubbles? I died. I think there's air bubbles I'm supposed to stand in. I realized it too late. Get in bubble to resolve debuff. Oh god, help. Help me. Okay, I've been helped. Thank you. Canonically, you should be able to breathe though. Wait, are Lalafels aquatic? Now I am drenched. Body is covered in water and susceptible to freezing. It's fine. It's fine, I think. Enough of this. I shall end you now, all of you. That's a lot of ads running around. Oh, I'm dead as fuck. Oh, I'm dead as fuck. With how busy 24 is, 40-man raids would be, as baseline itself, terrifying. It would be so much for this game. It would be so much. I don't want to accept the raise yet. Okay. I'm fine. Holy fuck. Is that Reaper limit break? Dude, that's so cool looking. Are you kidding? With the massive fucking, like, red stab? Fun fact, you never see that phase these days without minimum item level. Wasn't that bad. I only died twice. Smiley face. 3 times? I don't know. I'm on the brink of death. Evolution Fusilier Mask? Looks like some BDSM shit. Very cool, very cool, very nice. Evolution Samurai's Hachimaki. Oh, that's cute. Black chocobos? What happened to the red chocobos? Red chocobos weren't enough for you? One of them was an Samurai LB3. That was the blue one, right? Up, up, up. Why are there so many treasure chests here? Are these fake? Fake what in the proximity?
Such devastation.
Was that a red chocobo landing? What is that red chocobo doing? It's gone. Is there PvP? Yes, there is. And if you play Monk, it's actually very fun. Choco Meteor is what that was? At least this one isn't Hunt for Red Choketober. Why are you guys like this? Whoa, what is going on here? Hushmouth, Bringer of Order. I think his weapons are undercompensating. You might look at them and say, wow, this guy's definitely overcompensating for something. But I think no. Wait, it's a real thing? I thought they were making a meme. The quest names / fate names in this game are something else. It's fine. Oh, is it fine? Oh, is it fine though? Oh, it's not fine. All my friends are over there. I want to be with my friends. What in the Yojimbo was that? Ow. I'd probably want to play Reaper or Ninja. How fun is PvP at those classes? Can anyone speak for them? Oh boy. That person has a raise. How about you? Twas but a flesh wound. What the hell? Get to your letter. What letter am I? A. Where's my A? A. Oh, I'm standing in something. I almost died. I died. Oof. Focus the orbs. I didn't make it in time, I'm sorry. It was difficult when I went here for the first time. It's so cool. These are really cool fights. I'm just noticing the mechanics a little too slow. Like literally a moment too slow. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. There's a lot of people laying on the floor right there. Uh-oh. Oh, bye, Jolly. What you could do, Vox, is you could do Ninja till 70 and then do Reaper. Because I think you can unlock Ninja at level 10 or something like that. I don't know why Ninja isn't a base class. Wait, we're recovering a little bit. We're recovering. Actually, you wouldn't have to, Vox. You could try out the free trial. It is a subscription, but not instantly. Oh, I'm dead as hell. Yeah, I knew it. I should have waited to accept the res. Bunny is not on free trial, no. But you do get a free Fantasia after you beat base game. So you could, once you decide that you want to actually, like, if you decide you actually want to buy the game and play it, you could just use the free Fantasia that you get. I'm sorry, Sai, you died for me. Okay, is it safe to... No, I don't think it's safe. I'm gonna wait until after this attack. Okay. What is Fantasia? It's basically this game's version of like race change. Okay. I'm dead as hell. I'm on the brink of death, but we're fine. Oof. How did I get snapshotted by that? That's some bullshit. Healers do have LB3. This is chaos. This is chaos. I am floor tanking. I'm glad to see I'm not the only one though. Also, is the Holy Trinity a thing in 14? Yes, it is. Did someone say chaos? Yes. I'm gonna wait until that goes up. Okay. Even without min eye level, this guy's a jerk. Ah, shit, I'm on the wrong side. I need to get to my A group. Oh god, stack marker. I'm dead. So unlucky.
Such devastation.
So unlucky. Oh, was that healer? Healer LB? Okay. This time I won't waste my life. This time I will live. Wait, this is totally a Yojimbo mechanic from the Golden Saucer. I've been training my whole life for this. Oh shit. Okay. I threw my reses. I did my duty. I think that healer limit break actually saved us. Praise be the healer limit break. Holy shit.
And not a single death was had by anyone. Great job. Holy shit, that was scary, dude. I'm just gonna greet everything. This is minimum eye level, yes it is. Cause Ray's crazy. Also, real quick, how fast is leveling? If you have the road to 80 buff, which you probably will, it'll be very fast. It'll be so fast. And that's just from doing the main story quests. I might give it a shot, but I might need someone to handhold me because I'm smooth-brained. React to the Final Fantasy Discord channel, Vox, and then you can talk about it in Discord and ask any questions you might need. There's a whole subsection in our Discord now that just has a reaction role that will give you the Final Fantasy XIV role and then access to all those channels. We got you. We got you. There's tons of veterans that are way more experienced in the game than me. Plenty of people will assist, absolutely. Plus you get bonuses from having one class 10 levels above the other, and each new expansion brings an item that lets you get bonus experience while wearing it up until the starting level of that new expansion. Jesus. Is that why I saw somebody... Was I supposed to go here? I was reading chat. Did I die? Oh, I'm okay. I thought I walked off a fucking edge. No wonder there's a desert above, all the water's down here. Oh, no way. We get a little sliding adventure? This is so cool. This is really fucking cool. And we're all separated into our alliance groups. Oof. What was I talking about? I got very distracted. Oh yeah, I saw somebody wearing an earring that said it gave experience until level 80. And I was like, huh? Did somebody just die? Somebody walked off, didn't they? Are they dead? That was cute. Hi friends! We're all together again. Minfina's earring. It's a pre-order bonus for Endwalker. Yes, that's the one. Also, don't forget I live in Europe. I should probably not play on an NA server. Totally Vox. What's the most popular EU server that a lot of y'all are playing on? Because I know we have some EU gamers. These ruins. We're no longer in Rabanastre, my friends. This is Lassalia. The Lassalia of Evolution legend. This is so cool. We Goonies now. This is so cool. Hi, Funkle. Somebody was trying to say, I'll write this boss. I'm sure we're fine. I'm sure we'll fine. We'll figure it out. I'm sure that's fine.
I may have forgotten to use my Verholy. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I think I forgot. I play Dancer for 1 day and suddenly I don't know how to play Red Mage anymore. Oof. Oh God. I'm frightened, you guys. Send help. The guest artist for this game also did Shin Megami Tensei. Well, now the very amalgamated monster makes sense. I walk the shadows. You will not see me until my lance is... Ah! Okay, we're fine. Jesus Christo, dude. Jesus. This is a cool fight. Whoop, get me out of there. Ooh, what in the figure eight? That was a cool attack. It literally did a figure eight. Eek! Eek! Oh, I got snapshotted by Cry of Victory again. I wonder, does it always do Cry of Victory? I was safe right in the middle. Does it always do Cry of Victory after a charge? Next time I see it charging someone, I'm gonna try and position accordingly. Oh, I hope I'm supposed to be in here. Ow! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I didn't get snapshotted by it. Oh, yes, I did. Whew. The attacks in this game are so telegraphed. Yes, they are. Still hard to move out of them even when you see them sometimes. That's a lot of dead people. I'm very scared right now. Cleave AoE, limited space. Somebody lived? Somebody lived that attack? You can res in combat? Yes. I'm a red mage, playfully named Res Mage, because red mages have a dual cast mechanic where the first spell that they cast is always a hard cast, and then the second spell is always instant cast. Raise normally has a 10-second cast time, but you can instant cast raises. So you can resurrect people as long as you have the mana to support it. Which is the stopping part, is the mana. Just check for EU servers. The worlds that get wrote to 80 are Phantom, Sagittarius, Alpha, and Raiden. They're all fairly new servers. There you go. All the outfits that drop in these raids are from Final Fantasy Tactics and its little-known sister game, Vagrant Story. Cool. The mana struggle, yeah. Which is why somebody gave me 100 super ethers for the mana struggle, which is nice. I've actually popped them twice now. Anyone who is raised gets a weakness debuff, makes them deal less damage. Multiple deaths lead to even bigger debuffs. Yes. It's more of a temporary band-aid. So you are still penalized for dying, but you can get back up. albeit at reduced stats. For I think, how long is the debuff? 1 minute? The weakness debuff? One minute, yeah. So as long as you don't... Oh no, I think even if you do die after that 1 minute, you'll get the next stage. Okay, it's gonna do that charging thing. And then cry of... Yeah! Okay. Charge and then cry, always, is the way of it. Figure 8 is so cool. Meanwhile, there's very few classes with combat res, and it just reses them at like 25% health. Yes. Ooh. Ah, I'm fine. Yeah, there's like what, like Druid? Druid can do it. Warlock, and like that's it. Oh, Death Knight can do it now? That's new to me. That sounds right, Vox. But it was never a thing when I played. Oh, I'm in the figure 8. Oh, it didn't hit me. Thank God. I was ready for it that time, boy! Okay, I don't want to get hit by that cleave! Ouch. Oh my God, a cleave from a different person's mob hit me. From the other alliance.
Such devastation.
Youch. I think we got all the reses out. Yeah, we did. Okay. I'm gonna help heal them before the hit comes. Brando, oh my God. Okay. Mario's off on his own adventure over there. Wow, holy Jesus, we lost one. Izagi, I got you. Oh God, what are those? New mechanics in phase 2? Oh, they do big hits. LB3 heal is the clutchest. Yeah, it literally saved our previous boss fight when it went off. Oh no, I'm in my melee combo. That person needs a res. Oh, someone else got them. Bad time to be in melee combo. Ouch.
Hi, Gay.
Hi, Froggo! Oh, get me away from those traps, dude. Holy
Jesus, I'm frightened. I'm just a little Lola. Was mid melee combo. Oh god. Uh-oh. I'm bound. I can't stand in a circle. Why is everybody talking about left bumper 3? Limit break 3? Shit! There are some terms you're just so used to saying that you forget that a sprout might not know. Oh yeah. Hit him! Hit him with the LBs! Was in my melee combo. This is the first time that playing Red Mage ever felt bad. So many times I'm in my melee combo, and then it says no. It says, no, sir, you're not allowed to have fun anymore. No melee for you. Oh, fuck. Welcome back, Warlord. Sai is dead. I got them. 4%. Am I being targeted by circles again? I am. Sir, I'm tired of getting bullied by these circles. Oh! Poggers. Poggers, dude. Although I'm kind of shook that wasn't the last boss. Why was I getting bullied by the circles so much? Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. The air here feels wrong. Oh, my spine just cracked. Who? What, the blonde bastard? Crush weapons equals AoEs that target the DPS. I got hit with that so much, Ike. It was not fair. We're nearly there. Whoa! Oh!
Who dares disturb the slumber of Argath?
This is so cool.
Rightful king of Ivalice.
What a cool design!
Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
What a cool design. Smash. Argath is a minor antagonist from Tactics that died in the first chapter of the game. Huh. Oh, Tactics? I mean, Triple Triad card? Neat. Evolution Coat? I'll put it in the Glamour Dresser and forget about it forever. I'm ready. Yay! 15 seconds, eh? 10.
It is to be a fight then. I am only too happy to oblige. sheep before the wolf.
Oh god.
I am the truth from which you run.
What is this?
You will be judged.
What? Ooh, what just happened? Am I okay? Did I win? Holy shit, dude. Anyone care to explain? Three, 2, 1. I don't know what's happening.
Repent.
What's happening? People have sword. Oh! People have sword icons over their head. There's a proximity. Sino! I got you, I got you. What the hell is this? People have zombies chasing after them. Kill the zombies?
You are the blood to stain the circle.
I just dual casted Jolt. I'm a virgin.
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
Shard of Emptiness? Oh, he's charging up a big attack. I screwed up my melee combo.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
Ouch!
I am the lies upon which you sup.
I don't be supping on nothing, sir. Respectfully.
You will be judged.
Unnerved.
No place for
Courage is
such
tapped,
Your claim to
increasing
life
damage
is
taken.
forfeit.
Temporary miss. What the fuck is this? Help! What is this cursor? Temporary insanity? I've gone insane. Disobey the angry face, obey the shiny face. Okay. I don't think I understand, but I'll do my best.
Like sheep before the wolf. You are the blood to stain the circle. I am revelation.
Are you sure about that? Angry face.
You will be judged.
I did it wrong again. I did it wrong again. Oh no, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What do you mean spin? What do you mean spin? Wait, it worked? Wait, it worked? Running in a circle worked? I might dead. I might be dead. What's happening? Oh, I see what I did. I placed an AoE. Arrow's mean move. Got it.
Have it emboldened, friends. My health. It's so low. Thank you, whoever healed me.
The gods have no eyes for cattle. Like sheep before the wolf.
This is gonna hurt. It didn't hurt that bad. And my unnerved debuff is gone, thank God.
Revelation!
Fucking spin in a circle! I don't know if I'm doing it right. It fucking worked! Why is that working? I must be sheer luck. There's no way running in a circle works. They said disobey the angry face, right? No, I got unnerved. I don't know. I don't fucking know what I'm doing.
You're praying to light this forfeit.
Temporary misdirection. Oh, I'm insane again. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Goodbye, my friends.
I'm impressed.
Renard 14 onion love.
Phone.
Am I loud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phone. Thank you for the tier 3 and the 22 months, you beautiful, beautiful boy. How you doing? Ooh, essential dignity. I appreciate you. Why am I hard casting Berace? Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over. Oh. I think I dodged half of those out of sheer fucking luck.
It is not my own.
We didn't have fun with math yet. That'll be next time.
Save me, Ramza! Save me!
Was that their dad? Holy shit. Holy shit, that was fun. Pure chaos, but fun. Disobey the angry face, obey the shiny face is what I was told. But I tried to disobey the angry face and I got unnerved. There are 2 variants on 2 mechanics there, okay? Ooh, look at all this stuff. I don't think I have this, right? Search for item. No, I don't. Evolution gloves? Sure. Orchestral rolls? Sure. Archer, greed. I already have one of those. I'm not gonna play ninja. Argathadfudless card. Oh. So there are 2 variants. Run away, or run around, or turn away. Angry is disobey. Angel is obey. So when there was one time I got an angry face, and I had the run in circles thing, and I stood still, and I got punished for it. Why did that happen? I suck, but that was fun. Same. Was very fun. Anyone in Twitch chat, line up for a photo. Line up for a photo, okay? Because that was fucking stressful. Any movement using skills counts as moving. Got you. Casting is counted as movement. Got it, got it, got it. That makes so much sense. Stand still, stop all actions, including attacking and casting. Got you. That makes so much sense now. Oh. Wait, there's a couple dorks back there. Come here, dorks. Get in the photo. Oops, I'm aiming the wrong way. I need to be aiming this way. Boop, boop, boop. Gather round. Everyone squeeze in. Lala's in front. Lala's down in front. Just did your first leveling duty as a healer. Did you feel it went well? You just withdraw your weapon entirely. That's probably smart, Moogle. Move is never stop until the graphic resolves, not the cast bar finishes. Got you. Bit fumbling, but that was fun to play as support. Let's go, Islua. Alright, let's get a couple photos in here. Wait, Rando is barely in. I mean, we could go G-pose, but I don't want to see everyone's abilities start flying. G-pose, if I press G-pose, everyone's abilities are gonna start flying. Watch. Mine especially. Wait, it actually worked out. Everyone emoted. Everybody emoted. Hang on, let's see a good moment. See if we can catch a good moment. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good to me. Wait, let's make sure Rando's in frame. I especially like these two over here. Very flashy, you two. You can individually stop people's movements. I am not that good at G-pose yet. Believe me. Guys, thanks for coming. That was awesome. Once upon a time, I was really into G-pose, and then I stopped doing it for like a week, and I forgot all my skills. I forgot all my lighting, all my everything. Berman being a cutie? True. That was so much fun. There was chaos. It was pure chaos, but it was ridiculously fun. No, you. Ray. Let's go. Evilise raids are fun. I can't wait to do the next couple. When will we do them next? Thursday. Thursday probably we'll shoot for prime time again, so a lot of people can be out of work and out of meetings and all that. And we'll do the next one. We'll do the story early on in the day so that we're just ready to queue up for it later on in the evening. Free Company Mate also said he had fun. I'm glad they came. That was so much chaos. I'm scared. That can pop up in Duty Roulette, right? I'm scared. I'm frightened. I'm scared for myself. I'm just gonna die. Yes, it can. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, dude. We gonna die. Bring your math skills. I'm so dead. I've just accepted I will die on that boss. I will be on brink of death that entire boss. It's not as bad normally. You just did it on minimum eye level, but it was fun. It was fun on minimum eye level. Wait, so the blonde guy wasn't their dad. This is their dad. Where am I? Father! Ramza and the Warrior of Light. Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. Oh no, the salamander people! That fucking smirk. What a fucker. The term you're looking for is thank you, upon which note I, Bargaman, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the Auracite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red, and be quick. Gijuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she will bring it to me. It's a stick up. Oh no. If there's one thing Final Fantasy Tactics has taught me, it's that you never call a banga a lizard. I don't know any better. You got your G-pose, Argon? You probably did it real good. If you don't mind posting it in the Discord, I'd love to see it. A Taurus? I'm a Taurus. That's my crystal right there. That's my job crystal. This is it, the Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma. Imagine getting killed for making a pun. Imagine. Enough, Foggy. We should not have our guests think us underbred. I prefer to be above toast, personally. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course, Abanga is always true to his word. I will keep this, though. Oh, his fucking journal. That's quite the punishment. Lord, get out. Father! You've only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they are listening. Rams is back and he's more racist than ever. Get up, fool, we're leaving. Wait, the guy he shot? What in the zombie Jesus? I like them. I like them. Hi, gay, bye, gay. You're going to be all right.
You're my superstar.
Paragon, thank you for the tier 1. Scream all you like. Your gods won't hear you. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on. We must get him back to the Prima Vista. Paragon, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 2 months, sweet soul. Each of the Orsite related to tactics are zodiac symbols. So that is literally my Orsite right there. Oh man. Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. I don't. I love their flying fortress. Their flying musical theater fortress. I don't know if it's necessary musical theater. I guess it's just regular theater. Oh, Argon, there's a Final Fantasy XIV containment zone with a roll react. Just react with the Cactuar, and then you'll see all the other Final Fantasy channels. I just made that today. Just saw it, there you go. I gotta be honest, I was so tempted to call, the channel's called like Final Fantasy XIV Roll React. I was so tempted to call it The Gates, but I knew nobody would understand because I want you to throw wide the gates into the Final Fantasy section of the Discord. Throw wide the gates so that we may chat. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Sir here who went through all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's him. Jolly, have a good sleep. Is Genomus kind of daddy? Sorry. He's right. I've done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. Oh shit, it's very late. Someone go sleep, dude. Go sleep. Father? Sorry, father? Okay, it's not just me. Like, just a little bit. Terra, since the math boss has never made sense to me, I don't understand what it was asking me. I found a guide image and put it in the 14 general. I'm gonna read it. I know you guys don't want me to. I'm gonna read it, and probably still fail. So if I understand correctly, you're saying Orsite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with the Azael and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. It like channels their soul and turns it into... If that is the case, our Charlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? Because bottoms can't do math? Is that why, Terra? Yeah, that's why, Animal. That's why. Sid is daddy confirmed, but is Genomus kind of daddy? Is it the porn stash that I'm into? I really like mustaches. I gotta come clean. I do really like mustaches on like Mask. It's just a chart of what to do. Made me understand what the boss was asking me, which is what I didn't understand. Got you. Think of it like the Sin Eaters. It's a little similar. They twist, or I guess, yeah, they twist the ether temporarily through an Orsite, right? Not the Sin Eaters, mind, but like that's what the Orsite's doing. The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. 2 others, in fact, siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story, a brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Evolution legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I did. I uncovered the irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This has in turn led me to Alma. That I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost prayers. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Cid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose. My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sen Lexentail, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Arazlam Durai. Countless generations passed. It was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You're tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. Jesus Christ. The dry papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults, the truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in officially. Cat cough? Okay, but I know there's a meme with that cat cough face where it's like little kids literally cough like this, but I literally cough like that. I'm the worst. I'm like whenever I cough. Church evil? Always, Vox. Always. The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. At least they're better with fake names than Ardbert and fucking Ciela. Forbidden Chronicles? Secret family legacy? Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? Church equals evil, a classic Final Fantasy plot point that never seems to go away. The 2 staples of the Final Fantasy series, church is evil, and you will always attack and dethrone God. Yeah. By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago, but alas it is not. The Durai Papers, you see, are written in High Evolution, an ancient tongue long extinct. Well, that's problematic. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other resources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre that turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small... Worse! I don't have water. I has no water. I'll hydrate later, I promise you. Well-preserved artifacts, and that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by Banga bounty hunters... I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated pages, and of course, my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow a simple setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth, if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said, he's a man obsessed, and I fear Evilis's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. Another stone? It looks like the Taurus one. It's probably not, though. Wait, it's been a while since I played. All I know is Skyship go brr. Yeah, that's pretty accurate as well. Skyship do in fact go brr. Hi, Lena. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Evilise exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've been one to shy away from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, sir, then I'm in. If you're not, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you. Orchestra rolls! Alrighty! Posted the picture? I want to see. I want to see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. You did great. You did great. What a good photo. Well done, well done. Dude, so cute. Okay. I am now an hour over my usual time, but it was worth it. That first Evilise raid was a hello? Hello? That first Evilise raid was a fucking blast. The only Final Fantasy you played in its entirety before 14 was Tactics Advance, so you know it all too well then. I should post some of my other screenshots now that I'm on the server. Yes, you should, Argon. Yes, you should. I need people to inspire me to pick back up G-Pose since I've forgotten all my skills. I need to see like amazing G-Pose photos, so I'm jealous. This was lovely, but I'm sleepy. Hope to catch the math raid. Night, night. That'll be Thursday, sometime in the evening, I believe. Probably like 5, 6 p.m. Central, we'll shoot for. Need to hook up your PS1 and play Tactics? I thought Tactics was always a handheld series. I didn't know it was on PS1. I'm shocked. Shocked! Well, not that shocked. Just a little shocked. Do a photo dump? Hell fucking yeah. Hit me with it. Hit me with it. Okay. We should raid out. Oh, and I should stretch again because my spine is not happy. I got a little too gamer posture towards the end there. Where should I ship you guys off to though? Let's have a look. See if anyone's playing 14. See who's on. See who's doing what. After your roulette. Oh, I need to do my roulettes on Dancer. If I do my roulettes on Dancer today, I think I'll be 80. Feels like nobody's on 14 right now. At least nobody on my list. Terry, did you catch my DM the other night? I'll have to double check. I'll have to double check phone. Damn, I'm so thirsty. I need to go get water. You know what? They're playing World of Warcraft, but I've never had a chance to raid Abaddon back. Abaddon raided me one time while I was in Stormblood and gave such a warm raid and such a kind raid. I would really like the opportunity. Have I raided them back? I don't know if I have. Maybe once? I don't remember. We'll raid Abaddon. We'll raid Abaddon is where we'll go. Boop. There's our raid messages. First is if you're a sub, second is if you're not a sub. Repay her kindness. Totally. I always love to when given the opportunity, and this looks like a good opportunity to do so. We are live again on Thursday with more Final Fantasy. We'll probably I want to do the dancer quests. We'll probably do a little bit of MSQ, and then we'll do the second Ivalice raid. Probably not the third, because waiting till prime time seems a good idea for these a little bit more niche raids. And yeah, other than that, please take care of yourselves. Drink food, eat water, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do, and be very, very kind to Abaddon when we get there. Love you guys so much, and we'll see you on Thursday, okay? Hop in the Discord as well. There's a new Final Fantasy channel, so you can post all your Final Fantasy related bullshit. Love you guys so much. See you Thursday, and see you in Discord. Bye.